Well, good evening. Good evening, because we get another chance to talk about tea and dough. And yeah, I throw myself in there all the time. I'm in, various degrees, so I guess we can take it or leave it. You can turn me off for those periods of time. Like right now? No, whatever. But let's see, I got to talk to Stewart, or Stuodi. Asked him a few things about some of his experiences with tea and dough in 1975 and 6. And 7 maybe, I don't know, I don't remember exactly what the date when he left, but I'm going to have him, I'm going to try to upgrade my system so that I can bring in somebody that's on the telephone, or see if he wants to Skype or something. But anyway, he said that I asked him about the Hollow Earth, whether T had ever mentioned it, because we had the book, The Hollow Earth, maybe one of the first ones that came out. I forgot the name of it now, but which was about the Admiral Byrd story that came out of that, and then it was Journey to the Center of the Earth. There was the science fiction that seemed to be maybe related to that, either before or after. Doesn't make any difference, because the next level has ways of giving us things, and then we have to assimilate them and put them into effect. We don't have to. But when humans are asking for the help with something, the next level can be there to help them with what they're trying to achieve. Where otherwise, if left to their own devices, it'll take a lot longer for them to arrive at solutions to problems. And so that's why I believe there was a burst that started in, probably from the 1700s, essentially. It's got relationships throughout, of course, history, but all the big relationships are the next level instigations of them, a little dose of their mind to the human population genetically, and the genetic mind in combination with the next level mind that's provided. Like they say, okay, well, if you want to be on my crew, you need to follow instructions. So the one instruction is you don't kill that person for any reason. And you don't kill them back for any reason. That's what that law stated. Same way. It was always talking about the relationship of humans to other humans, or humans to God. God being the first priority in that order of where our allegiance is designed to be able to evolve into. And God meaning, that wasn't Tiando's way of talking about God, because God, the word, has been corrupted as much as it could be probably corrupted. To mean nothing and to mean everything. without the details in between really mattering anymore, of what that word, where the origin of that word. In the Greek, it was deity, and I forgot what it was in the Hebrew. Oh no, in the Hebrew, it was the names of the individuals, Moses and Jehovah, Elijah, the prophets, and their names, which T and Do referred to as Adam and Enoch and Moses and Elijah and Jesus as being the same individual doing that task, and that was Do, according to T. So they were witness to one another. They weren't just the two witnesses of the next level's reality to the world in the next stage in the evolutionary development. It's an experiential development. Experientials of choices. Hello, Booser. Or should I say Busua? Let's see here. There's my corny self, right? The corny influence. That might be a discarnate that, has a number of characters. It might be my dad's discarnate, for all I know. He could be our ancestors that give us these different personality. That's, of course, enhanced by substances. Yeah, we can get into substance worship too. The god of the hallucinatory state. And then you see that you don't need to be on, well, maybe you do need to be on drugs to buy the hallucination of the way this world is operating right now, to where all their faith is being put in humans and what humans have done, instead of recognizing the magnitude and the magnificence and the intelligence to the 10th degree or whatever degree, that goes into the genetic code and into the cycles of the climate and the weather patterns and the hurricanes and the tornadoes and the volcanoes, and all the science that's in that is being done by the next level. They designed this place. And so it would be like, I guess maybe like having a child, and the child never knew your name and never respected you for anything you said. When raising that child. That happens for a lot of the children, I know, because they get raised by somebody that's, really defeated or making some really bad choices that are getting him or her into, just shady circumstances, deceitfulness and things that, it's, but getting accustomed to it, and you can learn a lot from it, I'm sure, get some really good, it's the same thing with everything. I guess maybe even crime and, is a path to the top of the mountain, even crime against the next level is still a path to the top of the mountain if we get out of it. And getting out of it is the challenge. And that takes, at least in this civilization, thousands of years. Which looks like a lot to us because we only live for 100 or so at the most. And you know, I mean, I don't know what good is living to 100 and, you know, whatever, but you don't have any mind left, you know. So the people that are saying that our lives were extended, well, of course, you know, you can judge where the mind is going because it can go in a lot of different ways, right? And for all of us, it's the way it works. So none of us have a hook on everlasting life of the mind of one of these vehicles, of course. I mean, some may think that they could be taken by the kingdom of God or by the space aliens, or you know, whether they know it or not, posing to be the kingdom of God. And that's where the stories come from and the legends of the past civilizations or cultures within one time period of, you know, in between the minor recyclings, maybe maybe we call it garbage collection. That's what T called it. That's right. That's what T called it. Holy smokes! But she said, right, in the first things that she wrote that we have a record of was that we're the garbage collectors. Maybe I should read some of that. What's up? Jesus Christ is here. Okay, on my chat room. So what's up? I'm the Messiah. Okay, cool, bro, or sis, or in between, or external to both. What do you call it? Androgynous. Next level members, I guess, are androgynous, right? They have no sexual organs that tell them apart from one another. And some humans are evolving to that. You know, it doesn't mean that they've overcome other things that are equally part of the human kingdom to get into and get out of. Thinking that that's the one thing, you know, like somebody can just, you know, spend all the time maybe researching, you know, how kidney beans grow in the Antarctic. I don't know if that's possible, but the next level has ways of migrating people, keeping people not stagnating in one place for very long, because that limits their experiences, right? Our experiences. And so they foster the lower forces to be an influence on humans, and because that stimulates them to grow, and what grows from that, even the difficulty from it, everything from it, by taking that negative and making it into a positive, builds the mind, the spirit. As an individual, within that, what becomes the genetic mind, because that gets passed on to offspring in some way. Sorry. I was just thinking about something, and it was important to me, and so I'm sorry. It just took me away. Um, Space Force. Let me go to the chat room. Greetings, Jeff. And Jesus Christ says, I have seen fly orbs of light in the sky. What got me into Buddhism? Yes, I've seen some things too. And Buddhism, Doe said, was a good step. Well, no, he didn't say it was a good step. He said atheism was a good step away from religion. And he said that Buddhism, because it had the tenets in it of removal from the world and having control over the vehicle, so not giving in to our passions, sexuality and everything, so becoming celibate, because it had that in the original Buddhist behaviors and ways of Gautama Buddha, the first Buddha, and those were signs of being from the next level experiment, and that they said that Hinduism was compared to Buddhism the same way that Judaism is compared to Christianity, and so there were two different experiments going on there. And Jesus talked about that, and I hadn't even seen it this clearly as I feel like I am right now before. But both those, I'm kind of visualizing at the same time, but both those experiments that were started by the next level, and all the religions Tiendo taught were started by the next level, and by their presence, and them giving them having an experiment on the planet in a specific region, like the Middle East, or who knows where before India, maybe before that. I guess that's the most likelihood. But whatever, Babylonia, however we want to go back, and Sumatra, not Sumatra, but the Sumerians. I don't know if the Sumerians are related to the Sumatras, just the island Sumatra, but so because the object was to sort of like the way some of the words I use for it was like tame the human civilization from our animal ways. So our animal ways are perfectly natural and they're perfectly good and they need to be healthy. But our minds and bodies aren't healthy if we're, it's like the computer systems of what you put in, is what you get out, and in some ways. But that's why on this other screen that I have here, since I'm talking about this now, I want to show some things from the Transfiguration Diet book in order to allow our vehicles to be as healthy as possible and to live as long as they can so we can learn lessons and grow and even become in service to the next level by growing to recognize that that was the father and son. Yeah, I know I'm saying that I've grown to recognize that, but I'm not saying that compares me to any one person as being ahead or behind anybody. And that's legitimate because I could, depending on what you're up against, determines what the next level judges about us that we need to learn. And so one person, it could be addiction to religion. Another person, addiction to atheism, addiction to, where they're going to stay in that vein and not going to look at anything that suggests otherwise. Addiction to religion, of course, I said that before, and or sexuality, or gender, with complete gender consciousness always being like the primary thing on our minds. That's like becoming that's actually continuing that mindset without experiencing, the other gender's frame of mind. And of course, that's what Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus, that book was trying to describe, I guess, with the different types of people. But we're really all the same. We're very ordinary, actually, all of us. No matter how much we convince ourselves that we're good, or special, or because the next level doesn't measure us by what we think. They measure us by what we do with what they provide us. And we're not going to do anything with what they provide us if we don't pay attention to what they provided and consider that it might be true. After all, if your history is dominated by all these religions, maybe there's something to it. But that doesn't mean that what they're saying is what they're currently saying, and what they're saying even in the records are all to be taken as literal. Literal and absolute, because you get into the translations, and you get into the many translations, and most of the translations are pretty much the same. Now there might be some new ones coming out, and that might have also been stimulated by the next level's attention that they were helping me have on that subject when I was trying to go into the Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic, not as a study of the language itself. To some degree I did, like for tense and things like that, but male and female aspects of language, but different modes, but characters or whatever. But I did get into it enough through Strong's Concordance and Thayer's, and from things online I found, and books, to, of course, I didn't have to convince myself of it. I knew, because the next level told me it. They gave it to me. They put a chip in this vehicle. This vehicle was a fish in the sea. It just happened to be where the fisherwoman, whatever. There is no male and female on the next level. So if we got to be so stuck to the pronouns that we can't listen to anything that's said after it, we're going to have a problem. But because Doe used the word he. So if we're so stuck on the fisherman being the fisher he, because man actually means blood in the face. It's but it also means a member of the next level. Through that use, through the overcoming of the blood in the face. So the genetics are actually also developing into where, that's why you see people that are they don't care about genders. They're they're attracted to their own gender, or they're not even attracted to any gender. They're not attracted to people in a way, except for their minds and their vibration, and they can experience, even the Cocoon movie was kind of showing us that. That might be a more evolved way of actually having a relationship with somebody. And we can't imagine that if we're in a mammalian vehicle that hasn't opened that channel to that possibility. And you know, the more and more we see of the possibilities, the more and more we recognize that, you know, this or that is probably true, but this may be partially probably true. And this, you know, sounds like this and this and this and this. So maybe there's more potential truth to it, yet it's not, you know, putting in little things in it that give you reason to doubt it. That can be many things, like even saying the opposite of what you just said, which I heard somebody say on NPR earlier today, but I don't remember what it was specifically, so I guess I shouldn't. So I don't know how long I'll be able to do this, so I probably should say something more of value, right? Instead of just rambling. Well, I did actually, but let me go to the chat room first. James Crow says, have you seen Comet Atlas yet? Yes. Heard quite a bit about that, and I put that on the screen here. If you know anything new about it, I'd like to hear about it. I'll read your next comments. But so we can continue with the thread for a little bit. But let me see if I can change the screen. I want to put this up here anyway. I just tried to put together like a kind of overview kind of screen. And so Comet Atlas is in the middle of it. You haven't got it yet, or I haven't got it yet. Now I got it. Thank goodness. And to the right of Comet Atlas is what was photographed by, I think, the SOHO satellite that has a telescope or telescopic camera on it. That to the top right, that blue little circle there, upside down circle, not upside down circle, just the top of the circle. And how do you get an upside down circle? What would that be? It's the point of light? That's probably some geometric form I don't know about. But then there's an object, you can see it looks like a little T, coincidentally. The woman that's clothed with the sun in Revelations 12:1. Hey, that even rhymes. See, now I'm saying it with my sarcastic influence leading the way. So I shouldn't continue it, but maybe I should let it out sometimes. I don't know. Let me think here a second, if that's possible. So you got to the far left here, you got the Transfiguration diet. That's Dr. Little Green in the middle there, and he's serving the diet. There's another picture that shows Dr. Little Green with a hat on it. That's this one. Well, I don't have the cowboy hat in here. That's so silly. All right, well, I'll do that another time. I'll put the cowboy hat. It's just the same in these figures here. I don't know if you can read that, but I mean, they're like, you know, They're just interesting. They're interesting. And the positive affirmations, helpfulness. See, this is what we all can choose to evolve into more and more. Beings that are always encouraging others. Not like in a. You don't want to show it necessarily, and you don't have to say anything about it, but you can just hope the best for them. I know a lot of us do that in some way. Just even a friendly, exchange, you can pass on that vibration. But see, we're going to have to get used to, I think, working on farms. I think we got some years to get ready for it. But I think the way the government clamped down and made this into a $1 trillion giveaway for the corporations and the banks, that's right, trillions of dollars going to the banks and the corporations from the Federal Reserve. What is the Federal Reserve? They are a conglomerate of banks, and they're not part of the government. They have their own board of governors and some other people that are part of that organization. So that's the Illuminati, at least here, okay? And the other countries have the same thing in their forms, and that's the G10. The 10 is, I believe that's representing the 10 horns in the beasts, and Lucifer's crown, the individuals he led to drop out or sided with him for their own reasons, because they wanted to get out, because there's something that they wanted that was different anyway. And some left those classrooms the same way. And maybe I'm one of those. I left for my own reasons, of course, that are because of my failure to take over the horse in the way of sexuality. So, and by sexuality with myself. Nobody else was involved. So Doe said that he thought I was worth saving. Or, no, he didn't say it that way. He said he didn't want to throw me away. He didn't feel to throw me away. And see, the way I said it was like, so much of a lesser spin on it, and especially to relate it to that word saved, which is related to the evangelical community that are running around telling everybody that they're saved because they're born by the sweat and blood of Jesus, who required of his disciples to go out and get themselves killed, telling the truth, and to deny themselves and take up their cross was death. They were taking up death. They were going a suicide mission. And they knew it was a suicide mission because they did it to their master. And Jesus said that that was the case. And so when certain souls were brought back, they picked vehicles that believed in the overall picture of that. And so which they prepared, which were genetically coming from the human vehicles that were experiencing that 2,000 years ago, and 4,000 years ago, and 6,000 years ago, and before that, and before that. Who knows how far back? To previous civilizations even. So that's their experiment that they've got continuing to go. And the spirit world, I think, becomes like the database that they can use to seed the planet for future because it's got all the experiences of everything that happened is like recorded. It's the genetic mind of the vehicles. T always talked about, get your mind in your vehicle, but then she said that mind wasn't the brain. I was like, what? The mind wasn't the brain? That didn't make sense to me. I didn't understand that. I didn't know where to put it. I couldn't judge it as true or false. Tiendo said so many things like that and we were, the program was so different, from anything I had ever heard about. Of course, it wasn't different to a lot of people that live communally, outdoors even. Well, that's what I think we're coming into now. This is not a good time to have babies. And those who do, ask the next level for help. Reach up to the highest source that you can reach. Don't, and try to make changes in your life after you ask that question. And not asking that question, but just for the help, because we all have to change. Everybody has to change. And the next level just allowed it to happen, I believe, or they instigated in some way. But I think humans ended up, I think in China, they were used to this, in a sense. They've had a number, they had SARS. Then the Middle East had MERS. And the Koreans, they solved their problem fast. Because they clamped down on it, and they did a lot of testing, is what I understand. And because that even if people had it a little bit, they didn't know whether it would develop. It could develop, right, into something more. Let's say you get a little bit from a lot of people, then it can develop more, I guess. It doesn't stop going into your body by being touched by somebody else. So it can be contagious, and not having contact is a good thing. But see, the thing is that we're always in that condition because of our chemistry and our genes and our minds. And in our, in how we were raised, what we become accustomed to, what we respect, and right now, there's reasons to lose respect in everything. And so some people turn to, they go against themselves and they feel depressed. I was just thinking about something again, daydreaming. So, Atlas, I think, my previous two live streams, one that ended up being saved, the one before last. Uh, if you have the time to listen to it, I think I talk about a little bit more about Atlas, and the one before that either too. And I want to try to move on to something else, but I believe that's T and O, just to be a synopsis of it. I have no question that they're giving us comets that are especially bright so that they will stand out. So we'll pay attention to those signs. And Jesus talked about that. He said that you would see lightning strewn through the heavens from the east to the west. That's the way we see the ecliptic. So that's the path it takes, even though it can be very out there, you know. I don't know how big the band is. You know, I'm sure it's got degrees of it, but whatever. But so they've been showing us a lot of things regarding the sun. Let me see here. You know, the Dr. Little Green thing. Let me put this on there for a second. That's the diet. 1 week of it. There's another cycle in the book. The book's The Transfiguration Diet. It's still being sold online by, I think, Dr. Christopher's son. Dr. Christopher developed the with reference to Arnold Merritt. No, Arnold Ehret, Ehret, was the mucusless diet system. Or he used to have races with people. This was like in the early 1900s, or maybe it was the late 1800s even. And he was trying to prove to people that he could be a vegetarian. And I don't know if they had that many processed foods then. So a vegetarian might have been one of the healthier diets to be on, primarily. Not that there's not a value to having fresh foods, but they're hard to digest, and we might get some other things from them that we don't want to encourage in our mammalian nature by eating that mammalian nature. But yeah, right. This man can eat the lion, or the lion can eat man, and both are the same, I guess. The lion gets to a good place from it. That was in the Gospel of Thomas, I believe, which we had in the classroom to read, but I never heard him say anything about that little saying. But let's see here. Oh yeah, I was going to get back to Atlas. Well, speaking of, well, Hale Bopp was assigned, I believe. Actually, I should put that up there, in my opinion. And the NASA people, I'm trying to find this other screen now, but I can't do the same two things at the same time. When it comes to this, I got that one wrong. This is actually organized on this thing, but I'm being a dip. Space science, oh my smokes. Oh, darn. Okay, so that's Pluto. That's I call this my space signs. See, and these are all accumulated by the satellites that are going around and the telescopes from Earth and like so. So we see a square object like that in a relationship, but see that's if you can see that object to the right, actually it's in the way of this other object. What is that? Oh, it's all right. But that's a square. You getting that? I don't know if you get when I turn things on or not on my software. Anyway, I know it sees the cursor sometimes. I don't know if it sees other things beyond that. But let's see here. No, anyway, sorry. There's an object in the sun in the middle, right beneath where it says T and Do, the Father and Jesus, Heaven's Gate, UFO, two witnesses. That object was seen in the sun's corona, and then there it is again with the picture of the sun there as well to the right of that. Those two different pictures there that are in the middle there. And then beneath that is Oh You Mama. That's an artist's depiction of what they thought this asteroid looked like, or they didn't know what it was. But it came from a different location than all the other ones. And there's been another one since then that came from that location. And that's that long cigar-looking shape in the middle. And then to the left of that is a square that was supposedly in the sun's corona, I think. I might have other pictures of what it looked like a dot. It's interesting the way pixelation works. Light, the way that light carries images. This is nothing new to anybody, but how much detail you can actually produce. We see that with the motion pictures, right? And people are learning to make, I think, holograms and laser beams, and they're doing trying to do some weather modifications. I think they have an idea on how to create clouds, and but I don't think they know how to do it with an explosion. Like you get the sound wave first of the explosion, right? And then the burst of light. No, you get the light first. I'm sorry, I was going backwards there in my head. See the flash, and then you'll count how many seconds to. That's how far away it is times some number of feet. 5,000 feet maybe, or a mile or so, 5,280. Is that right? Maybe I got that wrong. I get numbers wrong sometimes. Well, I get everything wrong sometimes. Well, not everything. Not everything. When it's pertaining to T and Do and who they are, which is a big chunk, I know who they are. And everybody can know who they are. Just ask them. And just one more curious question. Why do you drink from a jar? A mason jar with a lid. It's not actually a mason jar, to be honest. a salsa, a Tostitos salsa jar, and just happens to fit in my wheel well really well, and so I have a bunch of these full of my well water. And they also seal really well. So when I cook vegetables, I put them in these jars so that I can, have vegetables that are relatively fresh. You maintain, some degree of their vitalness, their, minerals and enzymes, if they weren't totally cooked out, which they probably are most of the time, the way I eat them. But so far I'm okay with my digestion, so I shouldn't be too concerned about that. They provide antioxidants, vitamin C actually. And vitamin C was, the Chinese were using intravenous vitamin C up to 24,000 milligrams, mgs. Is that milligrams? Yeah, I think so. Intravenously for 7 days. So they stopped. They knew enough to stop. They've had experience with SARS, so we can learn a lot from them. But no, they don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about their solutions, the ones that you have to buy or have health care to provide, but they're not even talking about having private health care to provide, because private health care is much more profitable. They can blame it on the industry. They can say, well, they need it for research. They need it for management of the bad drugs and for the drug war. To justify themselves. Everybody needs to justify themselves, and they end up justifying themselves to the next level before they leave these vehicles. Yes, this was the time that was forecast as being a time of death. I documented it in my book, and as being the fourth seal opening. Now, okay. I see what he's saying. Never mind. Stewart was saying that he thought it was the fifth seal opening. And I just finally got the picture that sure, that's starting. Oh. Okay. All right. I can see that could have come from T&O. And that's where that begins the time of where the dissenting voices are put down. Now, that's going to happen in degrees. So, and the next level can, they'll ease us into it. But the job of somebody that wants to be a student of T&O would be to stand up for them and everything they taught as being from the kingdom that created the planet and all the life forms on it. And stand up for them and maintain that stand until those individuals leave their vehicles. Now, so they left it wide open what that stand means, because it's for each of us to decide. I can give you some examples. I think that when somebody says, oh, that was just such a crime over there in Rancho Santa Fe. with the Heaven's Gate cult, and research it. If you want to see what their perspective was, and even the perspective of prophecy in that. If they respect prophecy, if they don't, certainly don't stay away from that as much as possible. But you can try to help people that are staunch atheists to recognize that what they're against believing in is what the Catholics started. And the Catholics, what they started was the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls taking over. And so they puffed up those, and don't use that term, puffed up, those humans that genetically came out of that experience with Jesus, the offspring, over generations. And so they had that self, that they were ordained. They had that sense, and they joined the church, and they became cardinals and popes and everything, priests and rabbis and monks and that's all fine and well, but that's not where it ends, the lesson steps. Because when Jesus said he was coming back for a teaching experience as the Son of Man coming back, which means offspring human, and in the Greek, and also in the Hebrew, and with new names, because he was going to have a new physical body. Otherwise, they don't need new names. Why do they need new names? Why couldn't he come back as Jesus and his Father again? But this time, the Next Level planned to send both of them. And they planned that Jesus was there when he said that we will, my Father and I, no, he said in John 14:23, I think it is. We will come to you and make our abode with you. We will make our abode with you. And abode also means residence. Because abode is used in different ways to mean someone who was walking alongside. And so that's the one that a lot of Christians talk about, interpretation of that. So in other words, he was saying, in their minds, he was saying that I'm coming back with my Father, just the same way as he is right now. Because for whatever reason, the individual didn't see the whole truth to that statement of abiding as a residence. Because he was looking at the word abode. If it had said residence, I think that would have been clearer to mean living with. But even then, you can still say living with spiritually. I know. And it's true. Okay? Because he is coming back with his Father, living with him spiritually, because he's in association with the mind from his older member, while he is with his older member, with his mind. That is so. It's all true. So that's the way. But then, what gets lost is the physical manifestation of that, as having to come through physical vehicles, because, like he said, he was going to show us the Father. Also, that was another clue he gave. He says, "I'm going to show you the Father, and I'm not going to talk in parables anymore. I'm going to speak plainly about it. So it's not going to be stories of the king and the servants and the master of the farm, and and the servants that he gave an investment to, and the one that did something with that investment was the one he praised the most, but the one that hid it because he feared the retribution if he lost it, so he just hid it, didn't yield anything. And so it was like, you're not any good to me. That's like the in-between. There's the hot and the cold and the in-between. And then the ones that took it and just lived a good life from it and didn't bring any return back, they were going off in the other direction. That was gonna not. They just end up being something that develops that becomes waste or fertilizer for somebody else that would get into that vein and think they're going to get any satisfaction, ultimate satisfaction from money. And that's one of the good things that's come out of this lockdown is that we're just having in our heads how we can be entertained with our minds. And of course, that can become, just playing video games 18, 16 hours a day, or eating in between, and fixing food. The same way I play video games in a sense by talking about things and studying things. Somebody could say that I'm playing a video game. And anyway, but I'm not against video games. And, everything's got its, value as a distraction, in that case. And we can learn things from that and the people that we interface with because of that. So, everything's got its path to the top of the mountain is part of that, one of those paths to the top of the mountain. And because the thing is that if it doesn't satisfy us ultimately, then we'll know that those things are needed. I go play the drums, I go sit on the drum set. And, I think I'm pretty good at what I do. And so I guess I'm boosting the ego a little bit. And I'm getting exercise and cardiovascular. And I actually play in a band, so I get a little better. But I think about making music videos, but it's really kind of hard to. I do. I write songs, of course, and I've tried to record a bunch of them. In my basement, and they're okay. But actually, some of them I think are pretty good. I think the next level gave me ideas. Maybe all of them. I don't mean that they were actually, sitting there in their spacecraft and saying, okay, it looks like Sawyer's trying to create music, and he has it in his head that he wants to use it with talking about preaching or whatever, and and that they would be like, okay, let's see if we can help him. Let's give him an idea here. I don't know that they waste their time on that, but maybe that wouldn't be a waste of time. I'm not the judge of whether they do or not. I guess if I asked them a question along the way, maybe they might. But that's the same with everybody. And they send us discarnates to help us. Okay, then Jesus Christ says in the chat room, the Simpsons predicted me being enlightened and having a neck injury. Simpsons, all right. And the Judaism prophecy of technology increasing after I was born. Well, yeah, I can believe that, actually. I can believe that. because The Simpsons did a lot of things that, depicted, you know, what could be interpreted as that some people can relate to. Because enlightenment, it has to do with getting a little step above where we were before, right? It's becoming more filled with the truth, what's real. And light, actually, from the next level. We can even envision it as light, like from the sun. And it's not an accident that we call it the sun. It was soul also. And I think in the Greek, was it, or Latin? Soul. I don't remember now exactly. But and interesting how, sun and soul, and the scientists say that the sun is made up of plasma, part of it, a big part of it. And T and Dove said that the soul was of a plasma physicality. Actually, T and Dove didn't say that. Dove said it in 1994 on a tape that I've got posted here on YouTube. I played some time ago, maybe even a year ago. Maybe it's not been that long. I played a whole bunch of tapes. So, and you can get those tapes. I send them to people through email. Just send me an email to sawyerhg@yahoo.com. But you need to have enough space to download well, I can tailor something to whatever space you have that you can open up a zip file. If you can't open up a zip file on your smartphone, then there's no sense in sending you anything because but to an email, that if you have enough space for things, at least megabytes of things, tell me what you're working with, and I'll try to help you with getting something. I can even do it gradually if you want to move it to someplace else from there. But so sawyerhg@yahoo.com. HG like Heaven's Gate. And but it's like 4 gigabytes in 2 files that are they unzip to being maybe double that. I'm not sure how much really they grow. But let's see. Then Jesus Christ says, and the Judaism prophecy of technology increasing after I was born. Oh, I didn't know about that, Judah. If you have reference to that somewhere, I'd like to see it. What do you think? Maybe Daniel talked about it. Yeah. Oh, let me think. Let's see. Yeah, there was, I think, one thing that, or more than one thing, that could be considered to be technology. Well, he said all things would be known, and he said there would be 4 beasts, like kingdom levels, compared to what? The eagle, the lion, the bear, and the tiger, or it was either tiger or a what do you call that animal that's like a South American, no, South Asian, light-colored panther, but maybe with a dog's nose, with a bear's nose. I forgot what you call it. Maybe that would be what a chupacabra is. Chupacabra. That was a from a sighting in Texas, or more than one. When we heard reports in Texas of a humanoid vehicle that had wings being sighted, Tiendo thought, well, they thought that could be possible, that the next level had an experiment with that happening and they didn't know about it. That could be a wake up to somebody, right? To recognize that it's true, help them maybe, stimulate them to look into it more, so that when the next level continue to come to the planet through the presence of Tiendo and crew, that that people could get more enlightened. They could get more awareness of their reality, and how it all comes from the next level. Anyway, so but we choose to make of it what we choose, and that's why they said that we're not responsible for our thoughts. We're responsible for the thoughts that we entertain, that we make our own, and continue to vibrate on whatever that behavior is that comes from those thoughts, and even promote and do with those thoughts. So that's what we become. We become something that could even be thought of as like programming. Well, Tiendo taught that the chips that they said were deposited that are like a plasma consistency have programs associated with them that help people have a recognition of the next level's reality. And that's not just like one little, that can be a little module, I think, of information. Who knows how many different, well, anyway, it doesn't matter. But and so the objective is to wake up to each new infusion, and so the wake-up salts. And this event that just happened with the lockdown and the pandemic is a wake-up. It's a wake-up in a lot of ways. It's a wake-up to how the government is totally corrupt in terms of doing things for the people, and would be made into a what they used to say they were against, the part of the communist regimes that to where there's no two classes anymore. There's no working class. There's the ruling class, and then there's the working class. And to where you're given everything, and you're given the jobs to do. The only jobs you can do are the ones that they want you to do. They don't want you to be playing music in the bars. I don't know if there's people that think that way, but I wouldn't be surprised, because they've been taken over by, according to Tiendo, the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls. The legends called them the fallen angels, like Enoch and Genesis chapter 6, sons of God. But there were sons of God that fell from being sons of God. They were people. They were in an astronaut training program in a previous civilization, or pre-flood, if that was the last overall devastation of a large part of the planet. We don't know that an ocean didn't just form in that area, and there wasn't another continent. That's where that bird got that twig, maybe. That's where the bird came from. Right, land. And it was told to us is that the water went down. Maybe it gradually went down, But, the next level, it's interesting that Tiendo gave us that example when somebody asked, what kind of jobs would we do in the next level? And they say, well, you could have an assignment to take water to a planet. And the lesson step would be to keep doing that task until the older members indicated to stop. And so what you would experience doing that over and over again, who knows how many times, can kind of surface things, and what we I think can kind of surface things that can help us build our minds if we've still got some work to do, if we haven't overcome yet. Like some of the individuals that laid down their vehicles in 1997, those said would have to come back for another experience in the human kingdom. Because it's through the human kingdom that we grow. And that's, that's completely, that's why they come in a human vehicle. Of course, to take it over, because they're going to, by our example, this is where the Christians have it right. It's by Jesus' example of giving everything to his older member and then treating his neighbor as the way he wants to be treated, and respect and everything, that we demonstrate to the next level that we would be a good crew member, because that's the behavior that they have on the spacecrafts. If we're not willing to do that, then we're either not ready, or we're not willing to ask the next level to help us do that, and then put the things into motion that they provide to us to help us take steps forward when we identify them. And identifying them means examining things, examining everything you can examine, and looking for the truth in whatever subject it is. What's real is the truth also. In other words, is there something wrong with using the animal life on the planet to live by? Like some people are teaching is less evolved. So they walk around wearing ropes, belts, and they have a vegan diet. And I shouldn't say it like sarcastic. I feel that sarcastic vibration. Damn it. Well, I'm pointing it out. I don't like it. It's not from me. It's not the way my teachers taught to. Otherwise, I'd be able to say it objectively. There wouldn't be any sarcasm in my voice. So I'm going to try again. The reason I do that is because of all the people that can get caught in that trap of well, of looking down on somebody else because they're not doing it. And that is a trap. That is a trap because we're not the judge of anybody else. We don't know when somebody else is going to be able actually conquer something that they're dealing with, that the next level would find value in their doing, and that they're helping them with in their own way. Doesn't matter if we're using words that are like Jesus Christ, and there might be some value to saying things in Jesus' name, but you can't guarantee what you get is help from the next level, because the next level, that vehicle, I guess, changed. And I don't know if Doe was wearing that vehicle before he came as Doe, but the mind from Doe, the soul from Doe, the older member soul inside of that he put on the clothing of the human vehicle with well, that soul demonstrated overcoming our ego as well by saying, deny yourself. I know I didn't finish that sentence correctly. From where I was going, I got distracted. Starting to get tired. It's easier to stay alert when you're focusing on something. When I'm kind of like rambling on, even though maybe some of those rambles are of some value, but I think some of them are. It's what we want to make into a value, right? That's what ends up becoming our value of things. And so if it relates as a positive to somebody, I'm glad to be able to contribute to that. So then Jesus Christ says in the chat room, seems like this channel would be down for my vote, down for my vids. Well, you can send me a link, but I probably won't play it during this, but I'll look at what you got. It's a requirement because there might be another effort starting up. And you might be that I might do some commentary on. So you gave me an idea about how that could happen pretty easily by getting individuals what they want to post. So where is that? Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about doing that as well to some degree. I do that to some degree. I play things, through on my screen, of course, when I'm trying to, refer to a YouTube channel. So if you've got a link on YouTube, just, send that to me, that link. Well, I guess you do have that link on YouTube because I'm looking at it right now through your name. So I can go there. But if you remind me, that would be better. Then the one that's called Jesus Christ, and it's a requirement for a Buddha to be male. Well, I'm not teaching Buddhism here anyway. So Buddha, for anybody that wants to be exactly like the Buddha, that's within their prerogative, but there's people that came after them, Buddha, that were speaking more plainly than the Buddha. So And they said that we needed to lose our gender consciousness. So even though that's maybe the teachings of Buddhism, that the Buddha has to be male, I know that they talk about that the Dalai Lama has to come from, Tibetan Dalai Lama has to come from the males as well, right? That's the Buddha, right? Or the Maitreya was thought to be a male as well, but they were wrong. They were wrong. Just like the Jews were wrong about Jesus not being the one they were told about by Moses, who ended up serving as Elijah. And there's a lot of evidence of this. Elijah was referencing the UFOs, whirlwind of fire, took him up. That's the way it was evidenced by Elisha's. Now, is that true or not? Well, Tiendo didn't say that exact thing was true, but they talked about Elijah being from the next level. So that was enough for me to believe that, and that he was taken. Because they didn't refer to him when they told us that you don't need to leave your vehicle to go to the next level. The next level can take you with your vehicle. They taught that in 1976. Even though they were teaching the students at the time that they were going to take their vehicles with them. And they could have been talking to, I guess it's possible that there still could be some vehicles that the next level might want to take for some reason. I don't know what that reason would be, but that's not my choice. And so I'm not going to pretend to limit that. I don't remember if Doe said anything about that. But he did say that there are three categories of people that would go with him. And one category were the ones that were with him. The second category that were giving their all. They separated from the world entirely. And they conquered their addictions enough to show that they were serious about the program. And that they've had enough tests to see that they didn't have an ulterior motive, like to become a hero or to become a saint, a spiritual adept, or somebody that would have a following, a leader. Now, I didn't have any of that vibration, but I did think in terms of, I didn't realize this actually till years after I left, that I had this martyr idea that a martyr was a great thing, and it can be. It can be when it's for the next level. But when it's for self, so that we can be seen as something special, that's where it goes into the lower forces. Aspect of it, because the self, although there's nothing wrong with having confidence in self in a lot of ways, and trying to promote yourself, nothing wrong with any of that. It's all part of the human kingdom. But ultimately, when we get rid of ourself and we just ask the next level to allow us to serve them and lead us to, then we're not on a dead end. We can potentially get off the top of the mountain of the human kingdom into membership on cruise in like a Star Trek environment without children running around because there aren't any little vehicles, that aren't mature. And that's why Tiendo wouldn't allow young human vehicles to join. But they said that those that were left behind would be taken care of specially by the next level. I'm not going to go through all the arrows that are thrown at me for saying that. I know there are a bunch of them, but I don't want to waste time justifying myself. But I will, if somebody wants to debate me on it, I'll take them on. I'll take them on. Only joking, but no. I got my opinion. I'm very opinionated. I know that. And I'm an old man. I'm an opinionated old, decrepit. I'm dying vehicle. Even though I don't know what I'm dying from exactly. Well, I have some ideas, but then Jesus Christ in the chat room says, yes, the mind is outside the brain because of non-self. Right. Okay. If you want to say it that way. See, the thing is that's different with the next level is you're actually promoting yourself when you are getting rid of self. But the self, according to Tiendo, only starts when you become a member of the next level. The reason being, humans don't know what they are. We don't know what we are until we start to allow this to stimulate some knowing. And I don't say that like, a big shot. I'm just saying that's the way the garden grows. And we all know things at different times. So I'm not going to go, and it's what we do with what we know that counts. And so, and it's not even measured by how much of what we do. Like, let's say, you could say that, since the task is to stand up for Tiendo, so does that mean if I print a million posters and I poster them all over the city where I live, that I'm doing something for Tiendo? Well, yeah. Yeah, but is a million different than 10,000? I'm not sure it is. Maybe 10,000 would be more appropriate because you don't want to. You do everything sensitively by asking the next level. Okay, next level. What town should I do this in? Maybe because you might get some ideas that it might not be a good idea to do it in the town where you live. Not because you're doing anything wrong, but it can be seen as wrong to like a staunch religionist, and you don't really want to be in earshot of them too easily, and eye shot of them, and physical presence with too easily, because some of them can get very fanatical and very angry. Tiendo said when you're around a dog, sometimes certain vibrations will affect the dog. I had that experience. And I don't think there's anything in my vibration that is threatening to anybody, but I had a dog that I guess wasn't biting everybody, but I think maybe nipped at somebody before, or tried to. Nipped me on the hand. They got rid of that dog. I think that's a good thing to do, because, when somebody's, being totally friendly to you. Anyway, but I don't know what you did with the dog. Maybe they could help it in some way. Or he could be on some place where he's not going to be around somebody like me. Whatever that means. I don't know what that means. And for all I know, he's owned by somebody else, and they had long hair, and they used to hit him. It might not be his fault that he bit me. But still, the behavior isn't appropriate for to have individuals like that around. And in a sense, that's an analogy that T and Do used, the analogy of a human. If a human was allowed to get into the next level, they would start to, at first it would be, the way they described it is that at first it would be like, wow, 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 wow. But then after a certain amount of time, when they would probably have the first task would be observing what's going on in different places and observing with their mind as well. I mean, in the thinking, I think, is part of that. We would understand how they were communicating with one another to make the choices that they were making. And but then that would go away. And it would get old. And pretty soon that human would be seeing things in a certain way, potentially according to their old programming that they have confidence in. Let's say they happen to be talking about coming up with this is stupid, maybe, but a certain kind of, bearing design, okay, of, that would achieve maximum speed or something. And somebody had experience with that because they worked in a factory or they were a manager or, a creator of some kind of a device like that. And so if they had that in their mind, if that human mind was allowed to come with them, then they would be quick to say, why don't you try this to accomplish that solution to that problem? You could use more lubrication there, or something. I'm just making it up, and the next level doesn't need our. The reason why that person knows about ball bearings is because the next level has that technology. It has for longer than we can count. So it doesn't matter where it started. What Do said is that we would have to be members of the next level before we would understand more about where the chief came from, the chief of chiefs. They talked in terms of there being a chief of chiefs. And then after T left, Do started to one time referred to T as chief administrator of the planet. I think he even said that in a document that I wasn't there to hear in person. So deny, like Jesus taught, deny yourself. So that would be like wanting to be a non-self, right? And self, to me, what self means is will. Deny having your own free will. Don't want to be having free will. I don't want to have me in anything. And T and Do taught this. They didn't want to be in the way of thinking. They thought of themselves as a pipeline and as a a pipe, and inside that pipe, like any kind of a round, hollow, cylinder shaped object, and and that they didn't want to be in the way of it with their mind. And that next level mind was coming through that from their older member. Because the older member of T was the individual that, which might have even been T in her next level mind, purely next level mind, in the next level vehicle that she had. I say might because Doe didn't make that connection for us, but he did say that T could have more than one vehicle, and he also said that T could split her mind, in other words, and what was the other thing? Oh, I lost it. Maybe it'll come back later. I don't know. I didn't get it. Then Jesus Christ says we all share the same mind. Well, not according to T and Doe. According to T and Doe, there's two kinds of mind. There's human misinformation mind, and there's, or just misinformation mind that is yeah, see, I didn't talk about this before. I meant to. I went off on another tangent, but and then there's next level mind, which is the true mind, and that's their teachings, their behaviors, their ways, their peacefulness among each other. That's their ways, you know. Blessed are the peacemakers, like Jesus said, and but in the world, they want us to have difficulties. But anyway, but that misinformation mind, the reason it's misinformation mind is there's no awareness of the next level's existence in it. I mean, it doesn't come with that sub program, or maybe I don't know how you think about it in terms of subs, but it's a program, and so the mind of the vehicle is developed by the vehicle, but it's in combination with the mind that comes through the genetic code, because mind maintains its frequency after the vehicle dies, becomes a discarnate, according to T and Doe, and those discarnates surround all the humans, and mostly those discarnates that are around us are the ancestors that grew up with us, and or became friends with us before they died, or became caretakers, you know, of us, or whatever it is, you know, the people that we worked with, whatever it is, relationships, children that are deceased before their parents are deceased. So, and also we attract different influences to us by the things that we choose to do. And that's all we are. We're the chooser. We're the decider of what to do. So let's say you want to, I was going to play the flute a little bit here. Let's say you wanted to play the flute. Anyway, that was going to start to be I Fly Me to the Moon. It's a song I play sometimes. But anyway, so let's say you wanted to play the flute because you saw it in school and you thought it was kind of cool. And so you attract individuals that died that like to play the flute. They might have been in orchestras. They could, from who knows how far back. So it becomes a literal strain of frequency objects that are buzzing away and that humans can't see, except humans that practice seeing them, and they can attract influences that will show themselves. Out of the corner of your eye, you might see something, and I've had some recent experiences with that, and I don't think it was next level. So that means it was the other side. I think the next level wanted me to be able to see that they're around, because I remember wondering about it some time ago. So, and Tino talked about those adversaries as the space aliens beaming thoughts down to us, but also potentially being among us physically, in different ways, with whatever vehicle they have, if they're vehicle or in a suit with whatever vehicle they have, because Doe said some of the space alien sightings were individuals in suits, like that one that looks like Whitley Strieber with those big eyes that are shaped like watermelons, not watermelons, but in the Caucasian, American European whiteness world, slanted eyes were evil, right? Well, it doesn't have to be. Why would it be? It doesn't make any sense, right? Of course, then humans have all kinds of bigotries, and then some of us don't even know what bigotries we have. As we get more and more filled with the next level's light, then we start to recognize where we are bigoted about something, or judging somebody by their gender, or their choices in sexuality, or their or the way they look, the way they dress, or the degrees they have, the books they've written, the movies they've made, the politics that they've been engaged in, the businesses that they've made into empires, little mini empires, not even mini empires. Imagine if the next level just turned off all the electricity on the whole planet. The day the Earth stood still. Might not have been such a, maybe it was a prophecy. I think they would command, let's say they did that and then they turned it on again. Wonder what that would look like when it came on again. To us, it would look like, if they did it at night, right? I mean, or anytime they did it, it would just look like a power outage. I don't know if I think it's going to get to that point. That's going to happen. That's why it's to our benefit to all be, if we all want to help each other, then the most sure way of helping each other is to learn to not, or not learn to, but come to recognize the logic in not depending on the government to fix anything. And not depending on, get what you can for things. And, encourage the organizations that are trying to do something good for other people. And, so that people do still have a quality of life for the remaining time that we have here. It's easier for me to talk about remaining time, I know, because I don't have anything. I want to live. I don't want to go. I'm not in a hurry as long as I'm not in pain. To where I can't do anything or think, because pain can do that to you. I've had enough experience with it to know that. It zaps your energy. That's where the pharmaceuticals are good. But there's also other ways, things to do for pain. It is made of the 10 fetters, says Jesus Christ. Okay. I don't know what that is, but I don't know. Don't talk about that, or where the mind comes from. Well, it said that all the members of the next level, all the members of the next level, share in that mind. I'm not sure if they actually referred to it as a stuff. I think they maybe one time did. That's a question for Stu Odie. But we know it has its interface with physicality. But my understanding is that it's a frequency from T. She didn't make that connection that I heard. Well, maybe she did and I just missed it. But if she did, I think that would have been something that on one of the audio tapes. If you look through the search of the audio tapes for frequency, I'll do that. And maybe I'll play that tape then if I find it. Because I'm not about trying to convince people about what I believe. I'm trying to show people about what T&O believed. I believe it all. I do. But it's not in my interest to make it look like it comes from me. It comes through me, and it can come through everybody if they wanted to. They have to ask for it to happen. And to do that, the first thing that T&O taught us, and also the last thing, is to reach to the highest source you can imagine in the universe, among the deep space stars, and that's what you're thinking about at the time when you're doing it, and ask your questions, and ask for help, ask to be of service, ask because we all have to be open to their help, otherwise we can't grow towards them. It's really that logical. And they're not going to come to you in a voice that you hear, like in the room. I've heard voices in my room. I forgot that I've heard voices. I've heard people calling my name. And I would look and say, what? I forgot about that the next level has done that with me a number of times. I mean, I'm not saying that the lower forces can't stimulate that too. So I can't be sure it's the next level doing it, but I have a feeling that it doesn't matter either way, because the fact that it can be a reality is what's important there. Tiendo said that mind was an echo. That's how they described it. That's right. Mind was an echo. I forgot about that at the time. And so it's a sound wave, I guess, in a sense, or thinking about it that way. And so what is it bouncing off of? Well, it's bouncing off of potentially two things, I think. It's either bouncing off of the vehicle that it comes out of, and it's bouncing off of the electromagnetic environment that contains all the spirits and the atmosphere, and all that. I don't know what interactions it has with atmosphere. Maybe none. But it might be able to be made into having things form into like holograms. Maybe that's how they do it. Because Tiendo said that the Fatima event was a hologram produced by the space aliens. And he also taught that the space aliens can manipulate spirits. Let me go back to the chat room, even though it probably didn't. Okay, so Booster's saying, why did the media give so much attention to the fact that Doe's vehicle was attracted to males? Well, because the Christians couldn't bear the thought of Jesus coming in a LGBTQ vehicle. I'm not saying he was all those things. I don't know if his vehicle was bi. I mean, he had a wife and kids, a female partner and kids, and but he was living with a man. I don't know directly when he met T. I don't know if he was actually at that point. I know he was frustrated with individuals not wanting to be in a committed relationship instead of having multiple sex partners. So and he told that to us. He just said committed relationship he wanted. So that was a frustration. But the media made that into his being frustrated with his homosexuality. He wasn't frustrated with his homosexuality. But I don't know how much he was out. Maybe you could ask Dan Rather. Dan Rather knew him when he was working. Dan Rather had an office with CBS. Somewhere opposite the, or right down the street from, or whatever, I don't know, from St. Thomas University in Houston, Texas, where Doe was the choir director of that university, and music teacher, and voice teacher. I don't know if he was teaching piano. I never saw him play any other instruments, but I saw him play piano a little bit. I saw him play piano a little bit. I don't know if you could hear that through my... Hello. That's goofy me. But I talked about Doe's goofy side with that song he taught us. Under the spreading chestnut tree with my banjo on my knee, I'm as happy as can be under the spreading chestnut tree. Now, if they wanted us to sing that day and night, and they gave us an instruction to do that, then they would be brainwashing us. But they didn't do that kind of thing. They gave us affirmations. With strong intent and powerful feeling, this vehicle receives a perfect healing. With strong intent and powerful feeling, this vehicle receives a perfect healing. I am a member of the next level. I am only a member of the next level. My task is to take over a human vehicle and deposit the truth. Make a deposit. Take over a human vehicle, make a deposit, and which is for the older members. And that was taught while T was in her vehicle. and all the big steps, I think, well, except the last step they took, of course, but not all. There were also a lot of big steps after that Doe made. Well, he got us into trying to have the vehicle live as long as possible and as healthy as possible so that we could learn our lessons as well as we could. Because if the vehicle isn't healthy of mind and body, because of all the substances and whatever, that are taking parts of our consciousness or hyping us up or bringing us down, helping us sleep or helping us wake up, if we're filled with all those things, then we don't have energy with mind or body necessarily to pursue higher thoughts that require us energy to try to digest and try and figure out how they applied to our lives and what we wanted to make as our goals from. And so we're all potentially doing that. And of course, we can get into a place to where we don't have any goals because, living is a goal. We pay our rent, help our children if we have children, pay our student loans if we have them and have to pay them, whatever the things are, food, clothing, shelter, entertainment, relationships, all that is our lessons. All our, it's all building mind. We're building programming. That's positive programming, potentially. But we can get into the negative programming and suffer from it because there's always ramifications to it that are even biological. And we don't have to dwell on that. Make it even harder on us when we're going through a hard time. But we can recognize that there's always a window that's opened when we're having a hard time. And I'm suggesting that that learning to put our trust in the next level more and more is where we're making all the negatives into a positive. And when we start to do that more and more, which a lot of us are doing that, have been doing that for a long time, and we can also get to think we're doing more than we are. We can think more of ourselves than we really are. I mean, it's not how many words you say that displays, or how well you say those words, how well you put them together. That doesn't display somebody's growth except in that one department. And of course, some of that's not even going to be considered to be growth by some other people that are in that department, because they're going to have their focus on other aspects of what it is and what's being said also as what, would be negative or positive, which gives us the choice on how to hear everything. And T and O are teaching us to see more than we can see. See meaning even understanding. But not only understanding, she taught it to us to do with the eyes. She said, focus on excuse me, I want to get a drink of water. Okay, let me think a second here. Oh, I was going to tell you about that eye exercise. Don't let me forget that eye exercise. Okay, I exercise, but where was I over here? Oh yeah, really in 17. Sorry, I'm just putting some new screens up. Uh, where the heck is that? Oh, that's right. It's a icon. It's not on the. Maybe it's there already, and it's just hidden somehow. I don't know. Anyway, so Revelation 17. You know what? It's a good thing I'm doing this because I need to pay a little more attention to this. Not that this is all accurate, but uh, a lot of it is, I think. Doe gave one example of the 1,000 years not being an accurate part. I've seen other things that were inaccurate, like in the pale horse, should be the green horse, I believe. Chloros is the word for it in the Greek. It means it's a primary word for green, like chloroform, chlorophyll, we think of as being plants that are green, which relates to other things throughout the Old Testament and New Testament contexts for being the spirit, the mind of the planet, the people that make up the mind of the planet, dead and alive, which we see focused on, all the past coming to a head through our current societies. Anyway, so now when they say whore, this means it comes from porn. Okay, pornos, and it's basically anything that where you're compromising, giving your all to the next level, becomes pollution. Now they help us work up to that. So they want us to get, and it might happen in a future lifetime for somebody. It's going to happen in a future lifetime for a certain amount of people, I think, because the next level, they know how to grow vehicles. They know how to grow gardens. But I forgot to dot an I and cross a T before, because the reason we're not individuals is not only because, it's because we're being operated and time shared our vehicles with all these different discarnates. And the object of the overcoming process is to get rid of all the human discarnates, except for the discarnates that can help us walk. Tiendo uses that example. And get rid of all them so that we're replacing everything we think, say, and do with a next level way of doing it, which comes through the instructions of the older members that we recognize are our older members. And we're given that recognition. And we're given it by our thirst for growth in the human kingdom. Everybody is given degrees of it. And it's always kept a mystery, but when Tiendo came around and started talking, for the ones that were prepared for that, picked up on it and knew that they had to go with them. Not had to, but it was like, of course, this is why I exist. It was like that kind of a common sense in my mind. And I saw my life go before me to where I recognized that everything that happened to me, being deported from Canada, seemed to be to get me to where I was. And that's what Tiendo taught, that everything that happens to us is of value to getting us to where we're in front of the ultimate opportunity. The ultimate opportunity, I know, is the ultimate opportunity because it has to do with being off the planet. We know that there's things that exist off the planet. Many things. All different shapes and sizes, all different solar systems, that we know we're a tiny, tiny speck on that Milky Way diagram. But we don't realize that in mind it's the same way. That our imagination is only limited to what the next level has provided us. And they provided it to us in several ways through the fact that the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls have some of that mind in them still, even though it might be very subdued and it might just be a memory at this time. That's why Doug talked about it as a rumor. Interesting. That's very interesting. Rumor that they were going to be recycled. Spaded and recycled. He said it in two ways. I mean, two different times in the same sentence, spaded and recycled. So if he says something different like that, there's different ways of looking at it. Because we're in the spading section now. And he said, it might not look like anything fantastic to us. Because it's a matter of choice. And this gets back to the Atlas comet. He's got the whole world on his shoulders. And that's Doe. That's Doe, Jesus, Elijah, Moses, Enoch, Adam. I don't say that lightly. I mean, I do say that lightly because I know I can trust everything that Tiendo taught. The next level would not have created a planet to be of use to the next level without putting in the idea that there's a purpose to all this. What human constructed anything that they didn't have a purpose for, even if it was just art, for entertainment? Or just fiddling? If you want to say that somebody, is carving a stick, doesn't have a purpose for it, but there could be a purpose to it. If you lived in an environment where you had nothing else to eat but the wildlife, then either travel to an environment where you can, live off the vegetation, like in the South, or you would have to kill the animals. We had both diets. We had diets where we had, but we always had a small amount of meat, very small amount of meat, like maybe like twice, like once a week, with a rotation of a different one every other week, like bacon and was one, and sausage was in that rotation with bacon. But then for lunch we didn't. We did have cold cuts sometimes early on, or meatloaf, different chicken. I remember not liking the chicken when it was made with that barbecue sauce, or I think it was. Or maybe some kind of sauce like that. Which, I still ate it. I didn't complain about it. I mean, it wasn't that bad. I just remember that registering that this wasn't my favorite thing. And it didn't have to be. There wasn't no, so they didn't repeat. Like when they gave us those affirmations, I know I got way off where I was before. I'm just going around in circles here. But I think it's all good. Or it's as good as I can do right now anyway. So that's the way it's got to be. But they said that food was not an addiction. I believe T said that. I think it's on the audio tapes. But I can't exactly tell you where it was. So anybody ever sees verification of that, I'd like to see it so I can get into my head better. So let's see. Because there's a lot of times there's a few more things that she would have said with it that can kind of broaden the topic. I mean, it's like they knew that we could get into the habit of consuming things that, get the vehicle heavy, okay? And the transfiguration diet is good at cutting that back. If we're not, happy with our weight and we want to try to get rid of some pounds. But it doesn't affect our mind, and it doesn't judge us. That's another way that humans judge one another, by fat or thin. Both can be judged. Some people would say, you're too thin, because they would think that you didn't have enough food to eat, and it was a reflection on their wealth and how good they were taking care of you. And my grandmother would say that, I think, to me. Well, I don't know if she said it much. My vehicle's mother was pretty thin, so it's part of my genes. My dad put on some pounds, though. But my vehicle's dad. I don't have to say that every time. I know it's my vehicle I'm talking about. But, I mean, it's like, it doesn't hurt, though. It doesn't hurt to disassociate from it as if you're the rider on the horse, so that it doesn't do things. So 51% of the time, if you're making a decision that's based on what the next level is teaching, then you've got control of that vehicle, I guess, enough to graduate to something more than maybe perhaps being saved as a, but it depends on what, you're up against to begin with. So there's no way for us to measure it. We just do the best we can and not give up. A big key. Because the lower forces can try to convince us that that if we can't do everything, then we can't do anything. And that's what the self-improvement movement is about. Yeah, I don't understand that. And it's not that it's a bad thing. That's part of the next level. That's their mind that stimulated that desire for self-improvement. Now, I don't know how much space aliens want to improve at this point, or whether they feel like improving to them is getting off the planet and building a new Earth somewhere, stimulating life to grow. Because that's what Doe said, and Tizo said, that they're always trying to create a facsimile of what the next level does. And it doesn't even compare with what the next level does. because it's got all these problems associated with it. That's why the Luciferians, are stimulate wars. The next level puts it in the heart of the king. That's the way it was said, right? So how do they do that? Well, maybe they take some of that heart away, and that lets some of the space aliens' mind come into them more, or just provides the space alien to influence them when they weren't allowed to. Because the space aliens are in jail. They might be in Antarctica, because I talked to Stu Odie about that today to see if he knew that if Doe because Doe was asked when they were in the campgrounds if Lucifer was in Antarctica. And Doe said he might be, and maybe that story, the legend of Santa being from the North Pole, is because that's where the next level has a base. But I have to go look at that story again, because some of what Admiral Byrd encountered when he was, or maybe it's the next level, it's a base that's got a different, I don't know. I don't know what it might be. So I don't, doesn't matter that I'm going to guess, but see, the next level said that space aliens really aren't space aliens anymore, because they can't go beyond the near space around the Earth. I don't know how far that goes out. But that's why they want humans to go out and look for the element that seems to give them anti-gravity. So otherwise, I think what they have to do is try to blast out like they're doing now. So maybe anti-gravity would allow them to travel other places. But the next level is limiting that element from being on the planet, except through some of the crashed spacecrafts. So they really must be looking at trying to figure out how to build a project to try to mine dwarf planet Ceres that's showing these huge, bright formations of phosphorescent-looking light structures. That one has like a rectangular shape, long, kind of rectangular, and then there's another one where it's just 3 dots. There's another one that's said to be by NASA to be a tower that's 5 to 10 miles tall, and that you can see the shadow that it makes over the Earth when you see where the sunlight is hitting it. Because it's in between Mars and Jupiter in the asteroid belt. That planet that the Dawn spacecraft was sent up in 2007, I think. Was Dawn in 2007? I think it was. And that the humans are going around it right now with a satellite. They're taking pictures. We haven't gotten any pictures in a long time. But maybe that's why they want all this money, so that they can build up the aerospace projects that they have to go try to bring back a significant quantity of that element. Now, that element might be like molten rock. So they would have a big job on their hands to try to make something that, because don't we have to use like lead or something to keep molten rock from going through that whatever surface it is made out of? Does it go through everything? Maybe you have to make it out of diamonds. Maybe that could be done. And so maybe they're trying to construct a way to use diamonds for that, whatever the hardest substance is. And so then they'd be testing the heat level that diamonds can withstand. I hadn't thought of that as a possibility of what they want all this money for. Trillions of dollars they're putting into the corporations. That's never going to get to the sick people. I mean, yeah, some of it is through the pharmaceutical companies and that they're going to charge us for when this is over. We're getting a big dose of stay at home. Find out what floats your boat on the internet. Try to understand what could be going on, because a lot of things don't make sense to a lot of people and haven't made sense. And we get little tidbits, and I think we get those tidbits for a reason, because the tidbits we hear are true, because they haven't. I'm not saying that all the tidbits are true. You can't say that ever, but the tidbits that point to a conspiracy are going to be some of the ones that are accurate in that sense, but can be throwing you off in another sense. Like the people in the gray zone, like Max Blumenthal was pointing out in the gray zone, which I posted on my Facebook page in that live stream, that the ones with the power to control people by what they preach, what they say, what they do with the money, are like to taunt Christians by using some of their figurations or configurations of ideas. So like 666. So they'll name something 666, and that's happening by the pop culture. And they're using the word apocalypse like it's, apocalypse means that I just understood that, an apocalypse is like an idea. When what it meant was the revealing of the truth during the period of truth about the next level's relationship with the human kingdom. So that dilutes it. And Tiendo was saying all along that religions are made up of diluted information that comes from the next level initially. And so then they would take some of my words to be, equivalent to what Jesus was saying, and it's not. But as long as I'm not, but then the next level allows that to happen, because if something I say somebody sees as in a way that they feel is inaccurate, they can try to help me see it, but they can also make they can put it in that person's heart to question what Soyoti's saying at that point, and I'll try to help him maybe Sawyer. I don't really call myself Soyoti, but in relationship to the next level, I've still got part of the Soyoti mind that came into this vehicle. So I'm a couple of people in one here, I guess. A couple of different forms of programming is what I'm talking about. Not a couple of people. I'm one person. Well, but we then all can be. We're all a bunch of people potentially. Tindo talked about how a president can have an entourage of discarnates. Now I better see if I still got you all here. If the ticker's still going, 2 hours and 37 minutes it is. An entourage. And so that, in other words, like they learned to talk really eloquently. Sometimes, well, Trump didn't, but he didn't go to that school. He didn't attract that influence to him because he went into business and they don't care that much about it's how you wheel and deal is what builds the person, builds the mind. And that's what he said he was going to do. That's what he continued to do. He's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. He's building the wall with Nancy Pelosi approved money because Nancy Pelosi wanted some benefit for military women that were having children. I forgot what it was, which good. I'm glad they got that. But that's the way that she justified it. When she could have put up a fight. They're the same party. They're working for the same team, even though they don't like one another, I don't think. And they have differing ideas about how to do it until this COVID virus. And now she's not, she's complaining that it could have been sooner. It could have been sooner. We're in this mess because it could have been sooner. But, he wasn't just going along with it because he's seen the SARS and the MERS, and they killed a lot of people in China. Now it's coming to the United States. That's what's different about it. That's what's relating it to the 7 vials being poured out. So now I'm going to read this verse here. Well, let me go back to the chat room. Okay, so Jesus Christ is going to become Sky Hippie as his new name. Then Ben Card says, it would be awesome if you posted some of your music. Yeah, I can do that. I've got some, of what I've done on my opening page for I did play harmonica on something, a previous live stream for a few minutes. So I do. I like to do that once in a while. I just did a little too. Nothing serious, right? But my vehicle has learned to be a jammer. So playing on the street, you have to do that. Otherwise, if you play covers, when you don't play guitar and keyboards, it's kind of. I do play covers, but I do them on flute, so it's very unusual sounding. But sometimes I think they're okay. Anyway, so maybe we'll see what happens. I was born. Then Jesus Christ says, I was born in 1994, and then the internet boom happened. Menachem Mendel Schneerson from the Lubavitch tradition discussed it. Okay. All right. That's very interesting. I don't know if you're just playing with me or for all I know, you could be saying the truth. I have no idea. I'm not gullible to think that it's possible that you're just playing theater with me. That's what I think is really happening, but I could be wrong. Hey Sawyer, is this the end times? Are the reptiles about to harvest us with 5G and mandatory worldwide vaccines? Do you think the book of Revelation is playing out before us? Yeah. Yes. It's the end times. That's right. The end times was a period of times. Period of times. Times within times. Stages. It's been giving us the stages the whole time that they were preparing the garden. You know, like in big earthquakes and big tsunamis and big wars and migrations all over the planet. And so, can you all hear me? Hello. Testing, yes. Oh, you can. Cool. Okay, great. It was I don't know what the error was with my OBS software. Maybe it has a problem with what's being, or I don't know. Yeah, there was a lag, right? That lag. My software stopped streaming. I had to close it down and start it up again. Are the reptiles about to harvest us with 5G? And well, I guess that's part of it. I mean, not harvest us, maybe. I don't know. I don't know whether they want a certain amount of humans so that they can have their sperm and eggs and blood and whatever else that they can get from human bodies and service, to pilot spacecrafts that they build. They want to get off the planet. I don't know if Lucifer's space alien has the ability to learn how to, pilot these crafts that are built. Because he's not gaining experience because he doesn't have a vehicle that he's actually in anymore. He's a plasma entity, so he can float around and go a certain distance away from his spacecrafts, his dense physical spacecrafts. And they can zip around to a lot of places. I'm not saying Lucifer himself would have anything to do with any of us. Well, in a sense, if I have an influence on people, then and I'm telling them that the next level exists, then he would have an influence, an interest in getting me off track. But the next level can choose, and this is with any of us. If we start to try to talk about, or stand up for Tiando. Even if that amounts to, whatever it is. Just saying, in a party, someone says something, you say, I don't think that's true. You should go research that. They might have been exactly who they said they were. That's, it'll stimulate something in that person. It'll give them a chance to think about something that's hard to think about. It takes time sometimes, and it takes energy. And you can get a headache because things that are kind of go against certain programming are kind of hard to digest, especially if it thinks that it changes something that we already firmly believed in, according to what happened to us or whatever. Because all the things that happen to us until we get to the next levels, information, and even if it happens in spurts, you get exposed to the next level of information, and you then you don't pay any attention to it for a long time, and then all of a sudden it comes up again, and you think, I wonder what that was about, and you get a little bit more from it, and you think, oh, that was just off the track, cult. But you might have a sense that there was something different about that one and all the other ones. I had someone tell me that who was a younger person than I by many years, and she was in college, and she heard me playing music in a bar, and she liked what I did, so she started to talk with me a little bit, and somehow I was kind of loose-lipped, and I talked about how I didn't play any music for 19 years, and she asked me why, and I said, because I was in this group that was like a Jesus group, and there was no music in it, and she was puzzled by that. And so I finally said, well, it was the group that was seen by the world as the Heaven's Gate group, and that they actually did all voluntarily leave their bodies behind. And she said to me, wow, she says, I remember that. And she says, she thought there was something different about them. And there was a lot of things different about them, of course. And they were, I even saw how my vehicle was seeing Doe in those last videotapes that he made of Last Chance to Evacuate, and the exit, Doe's final exit, that it was like he looked like he was from outer space, but in a vehicle that was falling apart because this vehicle was old and it had been through a lot. So he was very skinny. And yet very aware, very awake, very able to very clearly tell give the world notice that it was recycle time and that the weeds were going to be recycled. So everybody that's promoting weed behavior, in other words, taking people away from believing in the next level, is weed behavior. Being deceitful to try to use people and even thinking of them as collateral damage for the greater good is evil behavior. It's against thou shalt not kill. But the Luciferians are against thou shalt not kill, and they think they are gods to humans because they were once operating they were sons of God that were allowed to have a certain amount of a spacecraft, certain amount of freedom. I mean, Tiendo said that there was more freedom in the next level than there is in the human kingdom to do what you want. Because the next level is not watching you all the time. You can have a spacecraft You could be by yourself or with a crew. And because you wanted to do that task. And you would continue to do that task, bringing water to that planet. And if you got in your head that it didn't need to happen anymore and you stopped it, that would be the wrong thing to do. But if something happened on the planet and alerted you to something that you thought your older member wanted to know about, then it would be your responsibility to report that to the older member and let the older member say, okay, you've got enough water there. Or it might even say, what do you think about something? And see what you come up with. T and Do did that all the time with the students. Well, Do did it more because they had what do you think between themselves was the primary way that was happening. So I don't know if they had any kind of those kind of, but I don't know, in their, because I didn't live with T and Do in their quarters. I mean, even in the house where they lived, or the camper where they lived, or the tent grounds where they lived in those early years, they were in the same house where I lived. One time they had a room, the same house where he ended up being leaving a vehicle during the time that we were living in that house in Dallas, Texas. In 1985. So the reptiles, I don't know that they're any more than one group of space aliens, one race. Just like you have Caucasians, and you have Asians and Africans, and because Caucasians came from the Caucasus Mountains, I think. That's the first, kind of the Armenia area, I think. Which I, at one point, did some research on and thought that was talking about Magog. No. Yeah, that was Magog. And Gog was the anti next level thinking, Antichrist, if you want to put it that way. I mean, the generalization of it coming through the beast, depicted as one of the beasts in Daniel that control the different countries. That's what, it's the world order that I think would be considered to be God. I mean, not God, Gog, but also God to people. Because remember, Jesus said there were going to be false gods and false Christs and false prophets. And how do you tell the difference? Well, what they prophesize doesn't come true. Now people think that if they predict that Joe Biden's going to be the one that wins the Democratic primary, and it happens, that they've forecasted it. That's not the same thing. I mean, it is in a tiny, tiny way, because you're reading the signs, and the signs are given to us by the next level, potentially, and influences can give us the signs, the dead, and the Luciferian space alien can actually, and their associates, all of them, Lucifer and his associates can all give people ideas. They can beam them down on certain sections of the planet, like let's say Washington, D.C., where one person I know has predicted some things that came true. And if a couple of things come true now, that person's going to start to think they've got a lot together. And so they can become a tool of, depending on what they're preaching. I don't know how much of a tool necessarily. It doesn't mean that they're taken over by the Luciferians. No, it doesn't mean that. It just means that that's one area that they would have to learn to recognize if they wanted to become a student into the next level. They have to learn to recognize not trusting. And the individual I'm talking about, I think also doesn't trust it. And so he's got that I could be wrong part too in his bonnet. Because he could be a student of the next level. We all can be, in degrees, doing the best we can. So anybody that tells us we can't do it is wrong. Anybody that tells us we can't recover from when we feel like we didn't live up to the goals that we were trying to reach based on the goals that Tiendo gave us in the behaviors and ways in the major and lesser offense list and the 17 steps, to the degree that we can apply that to our lives. The whole human kingdom is a school. They were teaching that right from the beginning. They even turned some away. I mean, not turned them away entirely, but told them that this one woman was reported in the UFO Missionaries Extraordinary, was interviewed, and told the interviewer that they had children, but they believed in everything they were talking about, and so the person was very divided, and Tiendo ended up saying to her that perhaps you can come this direction at a future time. So with those affirmations, I forgot to say that they didn't have us repeat them, like we didn't say them out loud, and we didn't have a certain amount of times we needed to say them every day, but we were encouraged to meditate twice a day at one point for a brief period of time, maybe a year. But the meditations they gave us, one was bringing the light through the top of our heads, like through the pineal gland of the vehicle's body, and envisioning that light healing all the cells of the body as it was going through the body to your, the tip of your toes or wherever you wanted it to go to. And when you do that and you know that it's coming from, because all those students wanted to know what Tiendo's prescription was for getting more of the next level mind into our vehicles. That next level mind was coming into our vehicles through the souls that were brought back with the next level mind that they had, and then added to by Tiendo's updated perspective, updated biblical perspective, updated prophecy perspective, and new prophecy fulfillments, and that aided us in taking over our vehicles. To create the the environment for the metamorphosis meant leaving everything behind, like a caterpillar does when they shield themselves from the rest of the world, the caterpillar world. And then they emerge, if they're successful, as a butterfly that no longer is limited to the circulation on the planet that humans are limited to. Even though humans build devices, they still can't really do much off the planet. I mean, it looks like a lot to us, but it's not much. I mean, they can't grow corn. They can grow little plants of it, but they're not going to grow enough to feed people. Of course, they don't want to do that because they can do that on Earth. What they want is that element. All right, philibification. I got to go back to the 5G. Well, 5G and everything else. Actually, the 5G, I'm kind of, I think they want that because they're going to start communicating on that band. And, they'll have all their security codes and everything, and then they can even, give that to the corporations to use for their advertising and basically limit us with the amount of bandwidth we have. I've already seen a big reduction in bandwidth on YouTube. Maybe certain times of night they're doing that. I know they say that it's because they have less staff now, and they may have less staff now because they may be downsizing so that they don't have to put so much money out for labor and doing everything with bots. And signing levels of, time that I can spend doing this. I probably should bring it to a close. And yes, the book of Revelations is playing out before us, and I've documented in many videos I've done, many live streams. So I'm not going to go into that right now, but we are, I believe, we're at the beginning end, or we're accumulating. The seal's opening, accumulate. So if we're starting the fifth seal, that Stu already told me today. I'm not saying that he's 100% right. I'm not saying he's got the proper interpretation, but it doesn't hurt to think about it the way that he was describing it. Because Doe could have given him that to give to me. Well, then it's the only amount of time until people like me get shut down. However, as long as I don't talk about certain things that are threatening to what they want to do, maybe they'll let me go. So I'm not going to talk about certain things much anymore, in case that does matter. But I mean, I don't think they even really care about what we talk about. It might be just like a amusing thing for them to assign somebody to, decide to shut me down sometimes, send me a message that they can do that very easily. And other people too, like England is doing with telling people that they need to expect to have blackouts because they don't have enough staff, which is ridiculous. They could dress up in hazmat suits to keep the electricity on, but they don't have an interest in doing that. Or maybe in the future, because they want to redirect all that energy to their underground facilities and their security forces and their corporate desires for building spacecrafts that can leave the planet and create colonies and try to harvest things off of Ceres and and all the things they're going to learn from doing that they can also use in their underground cities and in their submarines and in their ocean liners. And they need to fly back and forth sometimes, the technicians and things, with samples in order to communicate. So that's to me why they want to bail out the airline industry and the cruise ship industry. Plus, a lot of the rich probably like to go on cruises, with their favorite people, exclusive cruises. They are like traveling cities because they don't know exactly how the end time might end up playing out. They only have the rumors of it. So they go by, like, one rumor might be what Jesus said. To them, it might be a rumor. Because they might think that Jesus really is from a space race that really doesn't have the control. They might think that they're a different space race than the ones that they think are coming to destroy the planet. The reptilians, that they're claiming are reptilians from Draco. When the only ones that are coming to spade and recycle, are the members of the next level. And so why wouldn't the weeds not want to be annihilated when they become worthless to the next level? Because what's of value to the next level is positivity growing towards their direction. So I think they've taken advantage of that in a big way to not only foster, see how I'm going to talk about that. Well, you can see how I'm thinking about that if you want to by previous live streams and also my Facebook page. Getting on a cleansing diet is important, and thinking in terms of living communally in our local environments, or having a place in the mountains to go to, and trying to establish relationships with people in the mountains. That might include the rural areas, but it might depend on which rural area, because I would not go to the places that are having big earthquakes, even if those earthquakes are stimulated to some degree by humans. Like, who knows if they might be shooting down a nuclear device a long way down, miles into the earth. I don't know how far they can go. But there's a lot of diameter there. I forgot what it was, the diameter of the earth. But I don't know if they can make it, shake, but that doesn't mean they're going to make a plate actually move. But they could be experimenting with that, because if they can produce natural disasters, the Luciferians can try to bring the planet down to a population that would be easier to maintain of their own people. Even with designer babies. That's what the Luciferians were doing, in a sense, and that's what breeding does. And humans have been doing that for a long time. I don't want you to marry me because you don't have a big enough dowry. You haven't shown your success in the world, that you could prove that you could give me babies that can be kings. See, that's all the programming that goes into many relationships, even in the United States, everywhere. The rich and famous don't want their kids marrying just anybody. And the next level allows that to happen and also steers it in different directions because it's their creation. They can do whatever they want. They can make it so that we can never live in the first place. The people that complain about the next level, like cursing God because a child gets leukemia and dies at a young age, as that being evil, how do you know that child didn't get an experience that mind actually really grew a tremendous amount from having that experience? And then they could take that mind could actually be directed towards another vehicle that ends up living. You don't know that. People don't know that's the case. Plus, it's the humans that are creating most of the toxins that are becoming, cancer and probably even potentially, this thing that just happened. Because Jesus talked about there being pandemics. Well, he didn't say that word, but he talked about plagues and calamities and pestilence was the word he used, was translated to. That's just translation they used. But that definitely meant something different than some of the other descriptions of events in the end time. Jesus Christ says then in the chat room, I'm not trying to play just things out of my control, correlating with stuff, shit. It's not a word. Shit wouldn't be a word that we would use in the classroom. It's not like it was a bad word. It was just they didn't want us to use any of the slang terminology that kind of defined us, in certain ways. Even using that term was like is initially thought of as a rebellion from the Christians, or I guess, or the people that were raised with other religions that deemed it a bad slang. It's not necessarily a bad slang, but the reason we didn't use it is because our vehicles would identify with it, and we were trying to change everything about us and following instructions of T&O. So if they said, well, actually, what they did say was fit. They called that word fit, and they used the example, fit hits the sham. When the fit hits the sham. Little goofy kind of saying that T&O used. Well, I only heard Doe say it. I don't remember hearing T say it. But she was present when he would say something like that. So much more to say about all those questions you posed there, Ian, if you're still around. And Philipification says, hey kids, hey Sawyer. And Jesus Christ is weird shit, man. Okay? Weird fit, man. Weird fit, man. Okay, Darren Haywood says, have you seen Crystal? Well, yeah, but I can't say that I ever saw it. I think they gave us a crystal crosses at one point, but we didn't use them for anything. Maybe they were stone crosses, little tiny ones, like talisman. And Doe had us give a talisman to like little stone object. Well, they didn't say what it had to be, to our parents when they sent us back to visit with family, whatever we had, or loved ones, whatever whatever they were in the world. And I think one or two didn't go anywhere. But I don't remember who they were. It might have been Star Odie and Sam Odie, maybe, I don't know. Because they were the kind of the oldest vehicles in the classroom. There were some others that were their age, but so Jeff says, yeah, that was big. It was a lag, right? Okay, I'm only up to that part. Yeah, things light now. Yeah, things light now. Says Jesus Christ in the chat room. 777 track says, hey guys, past life karma. Yep, there's some of that going around, that's for sure. Laughing out loud, sorry, I'll start saying fit. No, it's okay. There's no penalty for not saying it. Now in the classroom, which we're in a kind of classroom now, but it doesn't have the same rules and regulations, so to speak, or procedures is actually what T and Do called them. Procedures and instructions is what they said they were. Our partner would be responsible for reminding us to not use terminology that was not within procedure to use. And so that word, that we're talking about as fit or shit in the human kingdom, I do say that naturally sometimes. It's meaningless. It doesn't make any difference to what we believe. And so, I mean, if we made that into a thing to where fit had to be the way to say it, then that's the creation of religion. Because then the people would not recognize why you were using that word to just talk about manure, or when it was just like a rhymey-nimey kind of thing. I don't know if there's any more significance to it. Knowing the next level, there could be. Well, that's what's happening now. The fit's hitting the sham. The people are having a fit, and it's exploding. And you got people that are driving to the mayor's house. A lot of people with their cars honking horns, demanding that they don't have to pay the rent if they're not allowed to work. During the mortgage crisis, there was a plan afoot to people to stop paying their mortgages. I mean, I've thought about it. I've thought, it's like if they're going to end up making our food really expensive and our gasoline really expensive, and I don't know how much cooperation they're going to get from the police if people in droves start just rebelling. even sending messages to the police departments and say, we're going to all start to do this. I think they're going to try to cut it off before that happens. They've already shown some signs of that this could be over before we think it was going to be over. But they may try to prolong it for another weeks. They're playing with fire. I know they're bringing the National Guard in, and there were tanks sighted in the shipyard on train cars in LA. Like the person thought that there were like 100 of them. He was on an overpass over them, reported by Dawood 7. Or was it Dawood 9? I forgot now. I get mixed up with numbers like that. So, even if it does calm down, there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be kept in place because they're already talking about how, they were talking about this in October of 2019, officially at John Hopkins. Had a big simulation of what we're experiencing now. And they got a lot of things right. They had a made-up name for what was going to be spreading. And they said that it would affect mostly old people. Which isn't too hard to call. It's pretty easy to call that. If somebody doesn't have an immune system to fight it, and they make it so it's very contagious, then more people are going to get it. So they can see the evidence of needing the lockdown. And it doesn't matter whether they put enough into the environment to actually cause that, because we're supposed the tests are only as good as the amount of true material that is in the sample that's taken, that the test is made from. And that, like Dr. Fauci said, which I just read today, I think, that you're not necessarily getting any more of that material than you're getting with the common flu. And you don't know which one of them, you could have both of them at the same time infecting your body. And so you don't know which people are dying from degrees of which. And there's false negatives. That's another indication of that, which means that they don't have enough material to get a positive test. It takes a certain amount. And Fauci was recommending doing 2 tests for everybody 24 hours apart. But who knows to say that well, I guess then if it produces two negatives for the presence of the virus, well, that's a little better test than, in my mind, but still doesn't talk about how much virus will end up causing how much distress in the body, in disease in the body. So that's why the best things we can do is to start eating more superfoods, eating less carbohydrates, complex carbohydrates like the breads and the pastas and all those cooked grain products. And I don't know if corn is in the exact same department, maybe a little better, but then I think you should try organic corn so you're not doing the GMO corn, because it doesn't hurt to err on the side of positivity. And then eat fruit in the mornings. Apples, 2 apples would be a really good breakfast as an ideal part of the cleansing diet. And then have supplements, superfoods, acidophilus, bifidus, other bacteria that are good for the digestion, and enzymes with your food to help with digestion of things that are a little too processed or are hard to digest because the body's depleted of certain proteins that, or whatever, vitamin D or vitamin C. Vitamin C provides a lot of help with everything. And that's what the Chinese were using successfully. And why that's not being promoted on NPR and different places is either because they're brainwashed to think that it's only the solutions that come out of their labs which ascorbic acid comes out of a lab to some degree. I don't exactly know how it's made. From rose hips, I think, a lot of times. Interesting that it's roses, right? With all that redness. I know cayenne pepper is a huge superfood that has a lot of vitamin C in it. Made from, it's a capsicum. It's got a few other names. I use it medicinally. I have 3 teaspoons a day. I take 1 teaspoon at a time in 6 ounces of water. I drink that down, and then I wash it down with another 6 ounces of water, and then I drink a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar with the mother in it, so that it gives some good bacteria to the colon to help digest food. And I wash that down with a little bit of water, and then I do that 15 minutes before I eat. If I wait too long, it can upset my stomach pretty bad, but usually I can get rid of it by sitting on having a solid elimination. Anyway, but I would work up to that teaspoon. The teaspoon is the height of the prescription that Doe gave. That went with the transfiguration diet. And then, and so for people that are really used to the hot foods like that, they can try to start with like a 1/4 teaspoon and the same amount of water. And like on a 1/4 teaspoon, I almost passed out twice. But as I've said many times in the past, my vehicle passes out very easily. All my life. All my vehicle's life. Right. Influenza is different flus each season, different strains each season, right? And like you got influenza A, you got influenza B, you got this one that we're talking about now. I just don't know if any bots can actually hear the words and trigger it to be a video that shouldn't be allowed to continue to exist, considering that I'm not exactly abiding by. I'm abiding by all the community guidelines, but the status quo thinking, the mainstream thinking. because they don't want vitamin C talked about. They already showed that by making it hard for Sayer G and the Green Med Info website posting the stories out of China about vitamin C. They're being allowed now, but see, they already got the handle on the masses, so I don't think they care. They may even want us to learn it because they got their way already, and they probably want to stop it by because of it's gonna be, you can build a war doing this. And people are already, striking at Kroger's, and there's strikes because they want to be treated with, they want to have all the medical equipment so they can not get corona from one another. It's backfiring. And so they're going to do their protests, and they'll stand 6 feet apart. But humans are going to, are going to start seeing through things more and more, and recognizing that, hey, now look at the AOC on the House of Representatives floor, yelling and screaming about how there's just crumbs in this for the people, and it is. They're giving trillions to the banks and the corporations. And they're giving billions to the airline industry. Not out of those trillions, a separate stimulus package. Not that they're not going to give more than one. So when this passes or calms down, I think they want life to go kind of back to normal. But they also want us to think that it's going to happen again. And they've already planted those seeds. That's going to happen every year. And then they can profit from it, from developing pharmaceuticals from, all the different forms. And that can be part of the healthcare program that they have to buy into to get the benefit from. Are they doing it to decrease the rolls of Social Security collection? I wouldn't be surprised necessarily, because they can justify saying that, the reason they justify this is not because they're people that don't care about the loss of life necessarily. It's that, they think they're fighting a war with the space aliens, the bad space aliens, for the planet, and that space aliens are going to come here and eat everybody, or burn them up, or whatever it is, which the next level is going to do to a lot of human vehicles. But they're taught that the humans who are going to be assisting the next level with that task. The next level can recycle everybody on their own time when they want to. Whether it's by plagues or and they can make it so that people did stay indoors during the Passover. That keeps crossing my mind. Now this can be like that. It was told like a legend, right? That everybody was told to go indoors, and the ones that didn't go indoors, well, everybody might have been indoors. But they had to put a certain mark on their house. So everybody wasn't indoors. But they had a certain mark on their house that was blood of the Lamb, right? That was identifying to the next level crew who to who would survive. Now remember that the next level owns all the vehicles, and they designed the vehicles to die. So they're not being cruel. They're accelerating that death, and the spirits that are in those vehicles potentially can be saved for a future opportunity in a future garden, or even in the same garden. Because they can get the lesson of it, that the next level was because they were told. All these calamities were told ahead of time. I don't know how much the people knew about, but if they told them to go into their houses, maybe they were already afraid of. See, the next level can actually put that idea into the ethers for people to pick up on, and they can feel like, wow, sickness is coming. Because you can have people that can be very sensitive to psychic thoughts, because all the influences are psychic thoughts to us. It's just what we're tuned into and what we gravitate to developing and accepting as our guide, or as our spirit helper, or as our invisible helper, or as our God, or as our Jesus. It can even be a Jesus to us. We can say that, oh, Jesus came to me and said that. But Jesus wasn't going to come to anybody and say that, and he said he wasn't going to when he came back. So anybody that says that is a false Jesus, a false Christ. And yet Rael at one point said he was that. He also said he was the Maitreya. And then he stopped saying he was the Jesus person. And I think now he just says he's the Maitreya, which the Maitreya is the Buddhist Jesus. The one that was coming back. That has some of the same characteristics in its overcoming. That was described in even Wikipedia, I think, as part of the first Maitreyas, which would have been, I guess, Gautama Buddha. Or maybe there was another person. That was the first Maitreya, which is the same thing as Messiah. See, they all have that in common, but yet they all fight with each other on who's the one is the most legitimate one. Until now it's ecumenical, and that's like the one world religion, which the Pope is a part of, with the Dalai Lama. They got together at one point and agreed to disagree. And whatever, in their style, in their way of, they have certain things they're very in common with. Talking about the poor, but that gets, Jesus talked about the poor too, and that's easy for the lower forces to focus on, and so yeah, it's great. It's great the way that the Buddhists and the good Christians give to the poor, but they across this nation they only give the minimum. Well, I'm not saying everybody, of course. I mean, there's some places that are running shelters and they're running food kitchens, and they're doing the best they can with what they've got, and it's great. They're doing the work that Jesus said to do before he left. Treat others like you want to be treated, and love your neighbor as yourself. When you're giving to somebody else, you're showing them love. When you're not giving them something terrible for life. So I'm not going to necessarily use that fit hit the sham. I've already, it's okay. It's okay because the next level knows that's going to happen. And if they, I don't know for how many years things will continue to, operate. I mean, we've already got the big dose of not having some of our favorite things to do. Go out to eat and go to bars and concerts and ball games and Olympics. There's a lot of misinformation about, and Fauci just talked about how it was equivalent to the flu, the influenza strains. So with mortality rates is what he's talking about. Not that it doesn't have certain things that it does to the body that other flus don't do. But that's why, the people with the weakened immune systems die because of it. But yet the media keeps highlighting people that aren't even diagnosed necessarily with it, but who are suspicious that they have it, and but they don't have all the symptoms. And so they put them on the air, actually, listening to them crying about dealing with this with their kid and their wife that also seems seems to have. And so why aren't they giving test kits out to every hospital and every little doctor's office? They can. I mean, Korea's had test kits, and that that were available on Amazon weeks ago. But see, if we all had test kits and they were coming up with negatives, then how would they justify, if all those negatives were reported, how would they justify keeping this going longer and longer? And becoming dependent on their solutions that are not, that they don't care if as long as it's their solution. So they're saying that the tuberculosis V is might be useful, and they said that the common flu V could be useful, and to try it, and because it is just a different strain. And now they're saying because of now they're saying there was 8 strains around the globe, and like they have them or 7 or 8, and they have them focused on each of the continents with a different strain, and they have them depicted as different color. I don't know if that's true or not, but maybe it is. That would make it hard to make a test for, right? Maybe that's the reason they haven't. Well, we know they have tests, so that's not the reason why. Well, we don't know if that's the reason why they didn't have the tests right away. But if they know how to make a test for one strain, how hard is it to put a different strain in that? I mean, they've been doing this for a long time with these different strains. I mean, for decades. Many decades. Well, a number of decades. At least from the 50s. I sleep fine. I don't know why you're ordering me to sleep. Let's see. In the chat room. Maybe you think you're doing me a favor. I'll take the high side with that. But I'm fine. But I do need to bring this to a close. So I'll take the higher side of it in that way as well. And some thought the same thing in 1918. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I'm not saying that there's not going to be a lot of death. Even this time around, I'm not saying it's not going to stop. And, I'm not saying that at all. But the United States has an interest in prolonging it in order for them to put as much money into to all the systems as they can. And they're trying to get rid of it, I think. I don't think it's an illusion that they're trying to get rid of it. I think it's a justification, sure, for the lockdowns. I think it's a good thing. See, people misunderstand. I'm not against these either. I'm not against the pharmaceutical industry. I just don't want to be forced into them. And I don't want to see anybody else forced into it. Even by thinking that it's the only way to correctly solve the problem in society. When I know that there's a lot of ways to solve problems in society without using the human constructed solutions. Because the human selected solutions all have problems, side effects, deadly side effects. And they don't give you a permanent solution. If we all got what Fauci was saying was equivalent to the common flu, then we would be building natural immunity to it. But to get addicted to the V's and the medications from the pharmacology just enslaves us to them because they cost money and because we need to get it every year with every season. They've got us by the you-know-whats. And that's the reason they won't let the natural healing medicine people have much of and Google's limiting what people can get when they search for different combinations of words having to do with natural healing. Natural healing isn't like a spiritual belief system. It's using foods and superfoods as our healing. Maybe I'm not talking to anybody in the chat room now or the listening now that are challenging on this, but I mean, it's fine to challenge me. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm going to tell you that a number of things are happening, and they're not all conspiratorial, but they definitely, but you might have to, maybe, people should study what happened in 2007 and 8 and even leading up to that with the financial crisis. And then also study what happened with the 9/11 events. And then also study what happened with, of course, the war in Iraq and Building 7. And also study what happened with the election of 2000 that was stolen by the Supreme Court from the 5 justices that were on the side of Bush, part of the Supreme Court, that the Dems went along with, just like the Dems went along with the financial crisis and created the instruments to stimulate the beginning of another crisis. And we're seeing that now, where the banks can get all the money, and the space program, and the military, and the security forces, and the medical community, because they want a good medical community for their underground bases and for on top of to keep their people safe from disease. So it's in their interest to inject us or mark us in some way with tattoos, like talked about in Rice University, that they have a tattoo that can actually hold data chips that can tell us, that they can scan to determine whether we got a certain vaccine or not. I haven't said anything that's well documented. And I experienced it. I experienced all those years. And reading that document written in 1997 that called for a new Pearl Harbor that would stimulate the people to be able to fight a war on 2 fronts. And we got Afghanistan and Iraq from that. And that continues with the Obama administration allowing, not that he had a choice. I don't think Obama had a choice. This is way out of the hands of the puppet presidents. It's way out of the hands. The Federal Reserve bankers are in league with the biggest corporations and in league with the military and the military-industrial complex and the space program and NASA and the intelligence agencies, all in their cores. All we see is the window dressing in the politics of that we get. Even the elections been scammed for a long time. I'm not saying that to what degrees they scammed it, but they've had a number of different approaches of election tampering by requiring people to have a certain ID card they got to buy or not changing the districting on areas so that they can get more Republican voters in a district in order to get a representative from that district to go to Congress. And then even flipping the numbers on the machines, which we saw evidence of in Iowa, and evidence of with the exit polls in Florida, I think it was. or maybe it was North Carolina or South Carolina or both. I don't remember that specifically, but there was that. The exit polls were way different. And they can say everything's a conspiracy. Everything's a conspiracy. Oh, that's just a conspiracy theory. Oh, yeah, I know they've been talking about that. But, I've been hearing some of the truth that was said in the very beginning coming out now. Because they can only, when these little things come out, whether they were stimulated by, the intelligence agencies to be misinformation, so that can be said, oh, that's a conspiracy, and the reason why you think it's still a possibility is because you don't know that it started over here, even though what they started was just the idea of it, when it might be actually reality. But they can show the think tank that started it, or they can even say that this was the report that was made that came from, and that report was bogus. It was created as a part of a movie script, like the pandemic movie, for instance. And the next level allows this to happen because it gives us the choice of recognizing how we can choose to be in league with that beast, those poisonous humans. They wouldn't be poisonous humans if they went about their business and didn't impose so much of themselves on people. If they taught people in school how to grow food and how to eat, to have a healthy diet, so that the vehicles can be as healthy as possible. If they taught the humans to take care of their waste and recycle it, if they taught the humans how to use permaculture practices for growing things and leaving land to be fallow so that it can be restored of its mineral content by having the plants decay right in the fields. Gosh, my nose looks red, and I'm not a drinker. Unless that pasta I ate the other day is coming out. Might be. I have had a problem once in a while with something growing on my nose. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap this up at 4 hours, and hopefully it saves and it allows me to keep it posted. I was asked if are you still playing music, just by myself and sometimes with a few friends that were putting out, just doing some things, but not a lot, not nearly as much as I was for a while there. What do you think about mega churches? Well, they're just corporations really that don't have to pay taxes, and teaching the teachings of the Antichrist. They are the Antichrist. They're not for overcoming the world. They're for believing that Jesus did it for you. And all you have to do is believe, and you get the bus ticket to go to heaven. That's like, thinking that the caterpillar thinks that, all he's got to do is sit around and pray and believe that he can become a butterfly, and he becomes a butterfly. No, he has to spin a cocoon. And then he has to isolate himself from the worldliness of the caterpillar world. And then he has to convert into a new creature by the mind, programming, positive programming that was given to those insects as well as can be given to humans that choose to go in that direction. So with that said, wasn't 9/11 done by Mossad? I kind of wondered that at the time. but I don't think it was just them. But they could have been working in conjunction with the Germans. The Germans knew about it ahead of time also, just like the Israelis did. And that was evidenced early on. A lot of the reports that came early on, a lot of times you can, they don't know exactly how to respond and how to say things. But they do know that they can mix everything up and then not put it on the media much, and then only allow it like on YouTube things, and then and then discredit YouTube for other ways of discrediting YouTube and the people that are putting it up there, or remove the availability of it and not even tell people that they're removing the availability. They can do all that, because even though I have over 1,000 subscribers now, I don't know how many people actually get notification that I'm going live. I don't have any doubts that they could limit that, and they could also limit my bandwidth and the time. So far, they're not limiting the time, at least today, although I did get cut off, and I don't know what's going to happen to the saving of this. But I record these as well, so I can always upload them. I might have to start doing that if this happens again. I have the old one too, and I'll put this up as well, because even though I go over a lot of the same material over and over, I think sometimes I do bring in a few different perspectives that might be of value to people. But I mean, the value to being a student of Tiendo comes from studying all their materials directly and listening to all their tapes and at people's own pace. So it's not brainwashing, because there's no amount that is necessary to do. But the more you do it, the more you will wash your brain out of the human thinking. That's just the nature of it. So you're told. So we're told that right from the beginning. That the result is getting rid of it all. Exactly. That's why that hate meditation. Exactly. That's why that hate meditation. Well, right. Meditation can be a big brainwashing. If you think that the more people that, the hunger monkey, right? That the more people that do it, then it eventually gets to a place where it basically spreads like wildfire, right? Well, that's what they do with the fear that they spread. Okay? Now, the next level uses plagues and earthquakes and big weather events, and they also put fear, but people know that it's the fear of God. Where with the V releases or the different strains, they don't necessarily know that it's God that's doing it or allowing it to happen through the humans' misbehaviors, mistakes, and even leaking. They like for people to, in a sense, they want people to recognize what their project entails of trying to mount a defense against asteroids and to try to find elements to escape and to live underground, and energy systems that they can capitalize upon to have. They don't necessarily want collapse of everything. But they also like to have a lot few people working in the corporations. And isn't it interesting that corporations were given trillions, and yet they didn't have a stipulation of having to keep their employees that were laid off because of the virus employed after the virus goes away. But the people that have the small businesses under 75 employees, was it? They can qualify for loans, and those loans will be forgiven if they don't dismiss their, fire their or lay off the employees that they had before the virus. So what's that about? Why that double standard? Because the corporations have been engaged in getting rid of workers for a long time. It's like we've got to, anybody that wants to see the truth of things only has to look at, I have personal experience with it. I worked for a short period of time as a computer contractor, coding in Power Basic and another kind of basic that the mortgage department used in J.P. Morgan Chase Manhattan Bank out of an office in Island, New Jersey. And I was hired because my resume included experience with Power Basic, even though I've got a lot of things that are on that resume from 20 years of programming and tech support. But and so when I was there, I didn't initially work on the project that I was hired for because what they learned right while I was there was that they were going to be merging with Bank One. This is 2002, 2003, around that time. I don't know exactly. But, and they had so I learned by being there that, so they put me on the name change project, changing the name from Chase Bank to Chase Manhattan. I forgot now what the name was, but it made it much longer. And so I was doing that on simple programming. I was just not doing that on reports and screens. Just trying to fit the letters together and make it look nice and all that for the mortgage department, for the whole mortgage. Meanwhile, they were scheming on how to build up those mortgage derivatives in order to sell them and trade them, and by making it very easy to get loans, and then manipulating the interest rates so that people were that had income to buy homes, and people that didn't have the income to buy homes were foreclosed upon, because in many cases monthly payments doubled for people, so that they didn't have the income for it anymore, and they had to foreclose because of the way that interest rates were changed by different thing. I don't know even how they justified it, but Enron was part of that to some degree too. And people lost their pensions that were involved in Enron. See, we're being played. We've been being played for a long time. And we're not going to change it. Not a different president, not a different Congress, not a different, because the people that have the power with the money and the military like it the way it is. They have their missions, and they think they're saving the planet potentially and saving the human race. So they'll say anything that can make sense to us and even try to tell us that carbon dioxide that comes out of our mouths is contributing to global warming. So, I mean, if you want to say that, then reducing the population would be something that they would consider, wouldn't it? Like the Chinese considered to try to keep their population down, and they wouldn't let people have more than one child. And in China, they had tradition of killing some of the children. I know that's barbaric, but we do that now with abortions. Abortions are being encouraged. And T&O weren't against abortions, and they weren't for abortions. They were for the choice to have an abortion and the choice to not have an abortion. Just like they're for the choice of having a weapon that can kill another human with it. But they don't want humans to have weapons to use to kill against other humans. They don't, that's not from their mind. People that die living for their teachings, the next level's teachings through everything Jesus taught, that can be shown to extend to everything T&O taught. They show the next level what they're made of. So even if they lose their vehicle because they weren't willing to kill another vehicle, the next level can take that spirit or soul and save it for future opportunity, and give it even tasks to do on spacecrafts, depending on other things that they've overcome, the fear of. I'm not saying that it's not, a good thing to not want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want my vehicle to die. But I even before I was getting the signals that was approaching sooner rather than later, I didn't want to lay down my life. I had things I was living for. I'm not depressed, but I am willing to lose my life in service to T&O, and I want to try to stay objective about what that might mean in the near future. And T&O were in favor of having the choice to exit, but they wanted us to make that choice based on being for the next level, or because our vehicle can no longer serve us to learn lessons through. If we're on a deathbed in hospice and we're being pumped full of morphine to stay out of pain, and we can barely stay awake, and we can't hardly chew, we can't keep anything down, we got to be force fed, we got on a ventilator, hoping that that's going to change is cruel. And it's cruel to the families as well. And that's why T&O supported the choice of having euthanasia. But that shouldn't be instigated by somebody else. In other words, the choice to do that. So it's got to be presented to somebody while they have the choice of getting out of it. Because it can get to a place to where, they got somebody. I experienced that with Lyme disease. That if I was going to be a total cripple and I couldn't sleep, and things were progressing to get worse and worse, that I could see not wanting to be here. It could get to the point to where people don't want to go outside because of the things that are happening in the neighborhoods. That's already the case in many neighborhoods where people, so they don't go out at night unless they have somebody with them or they have a quick way to hop into a cab and go someplace else because they don't trust people in their own neighborhood. But a lot of people haven't grown up with that. They're growing up in the hood somewhere. But it can become that in a lot of places that aren't that now. Because people get, and I'm not saying there's not a certain amount of justification for it. Am I thinking about being foreclosed on? Gosh, that's got to be something that all the governors have to agree not to do. And somehow, keep a stimulus package going so people don't lose their homes. But then there might be a certain amount that lose their homes, and we just don't hear about it until the statistics are published after the fact, after it's all done and said, just like happened in 2004, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, to the current date. There's still foreclosures by one report I got happening as a result of what took place in the 2008 time period. They in regards to the Christian churches. All right, well, I guess I didn't say that, that I think I support people having pharmaceuticals and V's. Because once the immune systems get so bad that they can't get the toxins, the virus, and recover from it fairly quickly, maybe that's the only way that they can survive longer. And they're not necessarily feeling some of the ramifications, or not obviously. But all of them had side effects, and those side effects have both short-term and long-term consequences. Now, the immune system can flush a lot of them out of our system. And they do, but they don't get them all. And that's why you have increase in allergies, not just because of that, but because of also, you do have allergies to pharmaceuticals, but you have allergies to different foods because of undigested material that gets into the blood. It's like free radicals, they call them. And they get into the lungs, and they clog the lungs. They get filled with mucus, inflammation. Okay. Because Trump dragged his feet. Said by slasher. I didn't say that before, but I think there definitely are factions within the United States, government or private sector or intellectual or intelligence community that did things to encourage, set up, and even participate in the events of the crashing of the airplanes into the towers, and then the bringing down of the towers. And Building 7 is the biggest form of evidence I'm aware about of a controlled demolition, because it was a controlled demolition. Didn't come down because of the top of the building, free falling through everything. And they can say now, oh, that's just conspiracy theory to everything. And a certain amount of people are going to not have time for it and think it's old news. I got to get on to the next thing. But see, all those things produced a pattern. And so when they do things like this, a lot of people right away say, this is weird. This is like unbelievable. I'm waking up in a nightmare every day. And yet it's real, and there is a virus, and it may be more contagious, and people are going to die. A lot of people are going to die. Maybe a third of the planet's going to end up dying. From the result of that. But a lot are going to die because of the next plague that's starting, that's going to kill the oceans or kill the sea. I don't know if it's talking about certain seas. It's not necessarily saying all seas are dead, but they're saying that all the life forms in the seas are going to die. Now, all can mean all manner of also. It's important to look at the different translation options so that things don't look so absolute. Because then if it doesn't happen absolutely, they're going to say, well, that prophecy didn't come true. The Tennessee license scandal gave 5 men to get fake ID to do elevator work. So Jesus Christ in the chat room is saying this. The Tennessee license scandal gave 5 men to get fake ID, do elevator work to plant shape charges in the elevator shafts. Oh, really? I didn't know about that. I wouldn't be surprised, though. You can trust more of the first things that come out. And also, after it's become old hat, there's some things that come out when they're not like fostering misinformation, because they can do that too. They can put little things in there, to make you, reports that, I don't know what they are necessarily. Uh, but to get you off track, so they surround one piece of truth with a bunch of different mistruths, and then people don't know what to believe anymore. Okay, but one of the reports that came out right away during that time when documentaries were being written and Democracy Now! Was reporting on a lot of this. They did a lot of good reporting on this. Um, uh, they uh, they said that not Jeb Bush, but one of the Bush brothers was working in the department. It was working in security, and he was assigned security of the World Trade Centers. Now, I don't know if he was associated with the first bombing of the World Trade Center, as a security business. Maybe that's what they were talking about. So it might have been partially misinformation to make it seem like, or after, I don't know. But if he was, then that could explain why all those pops were happening on each floor that you could see the smoke coming out from. People could say, well, that's popping because of pressure, even before they started to fall down or simultaneous with. So it might have been that, who knows, what it could have been. But they heard a lot of pops. And so I think they said that some of them might have been transformers. And it may be so. But something made those, broke those beams in such a way that required a lot of heat. And they've done some tests on that and determined that those beams wouldn't have come down that way, even with big fires. And they've done testing with that, different people in the architecture departments of universities, whatever. I forgot where. There was a group in Canada of architects and engineers that did some tests like that, and they determined that that official story was bunk. So, of course, people don't necessarily see the same things happening over and over again, but I think I do. And so once those things are happening over and over again, it's like anything they push then after that is like the boy who cried wolf. Even if it's real, even if it's a real virus, even if it's a real terrorist attack. But you can understand why people would think it's a false flag. I'm not saying people are thinking that about this virus. I don't think so, actually. But I'm sure there's some people that would probably be saying that. But I'm not saying that. And Jesus Christ says in the chat room, Katrin Smith, who provided them, was killed a day before her trail also. Yeah, interesting. I hadn't heard that either. There's a lot of truth coming out. The next level said through Jesus that all things would be known, and Daniel, and Jesus talked about Daniel. So, I know Doe said it was only amusing to be looking at these things, and it is. It is really amusing in the sense that it's interesting. It titillates the mind to think that we're seeing these things and that it's reality. So it's like But then it doesn't change our behaviors and ways to being more like the members of the next level. That's the work. And that becomes, and to stand up for them becomes what makes it so difficult in the stomach. Like it says in Revelation 10, it happens to all those people that come in this direction. It wasn't a pleasant idea for them to think about laying down their vehicles. They preferred to it not to have gone that way. That's what they said. So, but they were willing to lay down their vehicles just as I was. And I wasn't permitted because I wanted to do it. I still had some things to overcome that I wasn't overcoming, that the next level would feel I was living up to the standards they wanted to reach in order for me to be viable in a next level vehicle, to be able to control a next level vehicle. Because it takes a certain amount of self-discipline to build a mind, to have that discipline over our addictions to the human kingdom and our root systems, and to the intellect of the human kingdom, and to the philosophy, and into the entertainment, and all those things become things to overcome, becoming our pride and joy to be a part of, to have an experience. And, becoming a leader of a company and becoming a rock star, whatever it is. Thinking that we're Jesus Christ. Which I'm not saying that to laugh at you, the one that using the Jesus Christ handle, because I just don't take it serious. But to me, you might be saying that you believe in Jesus Christ, and that's fine. And you know that everybody that reads that isn't going to necessarily think that you're saying you're Jesus Christ. If you are saying you're Jesus Christ, you're living in an illusion. I'm just going to be frank about it. But that doesn't mean that you don't want to be like him. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. I'm sorry I'm being direct about that. Maybe you already left. He's saying, yo, I got to go, man, but you got a sub for sure. Keep up the good work. All right, thank you. I'm glad you came in here and expressed your ideas and what you knew, the things that you've heard and believe is true. The same for everybody. And ask for help from the next level, the highest source we can reach in the distant heavens, among the stars. Ask for help from Tiando directly when you have a problem. So we can conquer all the things that are happening. We can get through all of it. And we can help other people do it as well. I mean, even talking about having food to eat. And having decent shelter from the elements. And having people around us that we have a sense of belonging to, or a mission. So I encourage communes to start up. I don't need to say anything about that, because nobody's going to do it on my encouragement. But the greater thing to do is to learn to communicate with the next level, if you haven't been doing it already. in whatever that shape and form that takes. But you want to get those individuals that are outside the human environment, outside the human spirit world, outside the human atmosphere, outside the human near space. And the only ones that are dependable, in my opinion, on being that are the ones that are talking about going to that outer space location and what it takes as a task, a difficult training program that proves to them that you can evolve into a next level vehicle by giving one that they grow for you, that doesn't die, and has fun, and has joy, and has challenges, and has growth, but doesn't have the negative evil side of it. It's all positivity, 100%. And they convert the negatives into positives. And that's what builds our mind. Every negative that happens to us, we can convert to a positive. But we're not going to be able to do it if we don't ask T and Do for help with it. Some of them, they'll give us help and then we won't even know it. But that's to help us build up confidence that you're getting help when you ask. But the asking, if it's just like, casual, then they're not going to probably do much. Or maybe they will do something. But I don't know. They want to see a certain amount of thirst for the truth. I have a lot of thirst to learn the truth about what's happening in the world. And I have changed. But mostly I've seen more evidence of everything that I already knew. That was from what T and Do wrote and said, and how true it was. But I didn't know it at the time when they said it. I mean, I felt like I knew it, but I didn't know it with examples because I didn't have any of that human experience, hardly. Well, I did with the Vietnam War and things like that. I automatically knew that. Not automatically, I just felt like I wasn't going to go, I didn't want to go get killed somewhere. That was the first thought I had about it. I also didn't believe in the falling domino theory. I just didn't, it's like, okay, all right. I'm not saying that it couldn't have happened. It could have happened, but then we wouldn't necessarily be any worse off than we are now. Just different borderlines, different allies. Different people manipulating us with different names. We don't have to be manipulated. We can go down fighting. So if they eliminate cash and all you have is cash, well then barter is the way to negotiate that of people like ourselves. And barter can happen, of course, all over the place. And then there'll be people that are within the system that have the markings, or the credit cards or whatever, but will help people that are choosing not to get marked or tattooed with, identifying us as having received all the. Because if they end up making it so that you need a certain identification to get into the grocery stores or the shopping malls or the concerts, but mostly the food stores is the worst part of it. We'll have to do things from the ground floor, from the street. And we'll have to get certain things from the underground, because an underground will form. Because there are a lot of humans that don't want to be part of the takeover beast. And they've been leaving California because of their new vac laws. Anyway, I'm not going to say any more now. I gotta go. I gotta get to go to sleep. Yeah. So good night, folks.